Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record now on Fremont County case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. Let me confirm with our tech people and clerks here, is the broadcast on?
Yes.
Thank you. The court will note that as we get started, there is a courtroom conduct order in effect that you've all been advised. Please pay attention to the terms of that order, including making sure you don't have any devices that would go off and interrupt the proceedings. No recording within this courtroom or photography of any type. The court is providing public access through the open proceedings as well as the live stream that's being conducted. With the court's live stream, we have, I think, good technology in place to accomplish that. If something comes up that interrupts the live broadcast of this trial, and this will be throughout the trial, we'll give an opportunity to try to get that started again. However, if there's going to be any kind of significant delay in the live stream broadcast, the court will be continuing on with the proceedings. So there may be gaps in that, but I think our technology is in place that hopefully that won't occur. But just so those listening in understand, if it does come up, we likely will not pause the trial longer than necessary to make that accommodation. At this time, I'll note also for the benefit of counsel, we do have all 18 jurors, our 12 jurors with 6 alternates have arrived this morning, and everyone has submitted their juror affirmation sheet regarding following the court's admonishment while they've been gone. No issues to bring up on the affirmations of the jurors. So with that in mind, then let me go to the state, noting the state is here present. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, counsel. All right. Before we bring the jurors in, which we'll do very shortly here, I also, as we are getting started and before the jurors are sworn and we take evidence, is there, I believe we've already had a motion to exclude witnesses. Let me just clarify on the record, is there going to be a motion to exclude witnesses through evidence portion of the trial made by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. So,
very well. The court will reaffirm then there has been a motion to exclude witnesses. So as the state begins with its case in chief, keep that in mind that they are not permitted to observe the trial proceedings, including the live stream. The only exception would be for a witness. If they statutorily qualify as a victim, then they are permitted to observe the proceedings. So each witness is going to be questioned whether or not they've observed any trial proceedings, and I would instruct the state and then following the defense, if they have witnesses, to make sure that the exclusionary rule is followed. Does the state have any questions on that matter?
Your Honor, the state would just clarify and just make counsel in the court aware. It's the state's understanding that through the Constitution and statutorily, victims have a right to remain in the courtroom throughout the proceedings, regardless of whether or not they are victims. And we have discussed that with defense counsel and made the court aware of who we think there may be a crossover with, meaning individuals that may be present and also witnesses. But statutorily, they would have the right to be here. So including any of the defendant's children, as well as, since they were Tammy's children, as well as siblings, sometimes grandparents. The court made a ruling last year in the Lori Vallow case. I think if we're following a similar guideline, those are the individuals that we would just note for the record may be present at times, but should have the right to be present throughout the proceedings. In addition, I would just note for the record that we do have our case agent who will be present for the duration of the proceedings, and that's Chief Deputy Vince Kaikamani.
Okay, and the state's permitted their case agent as it relates to victims. The court agrees they are permitted to see the proceedings, including if they are a witness. We would take up on a witness by witness basis whether or not they fall within the statutory qualifications permitting that. And I know the state's aware of the issue. We'll make rulings if contested as to whether or not they would qualify and are later called to testify. Mr. Pryor from the defense, any further comment or questions on the exclusionary ruling?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, this time then we will have the jurors brought in.
Yes, sir.
All rise. All the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bail. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We're on the record on Fremont County case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. We're ready to proceed with opening arguments and initial instructions this morning to you as jurors. The court notes that the prosecution is present as well as the defendant and the defense attorney representing him as well. We have qualified this panel of 18 jurors consisting of our 12 jurors with 6 alternates, and they are now seated for trial. Let me start with the state and ask, will the state agree that the jury has now been properly seated and ready to be sworn?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Will the defense agree as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning this morning. You're now seated as jurors in the case before us. As previously been told, I'm Stephen W. Boyce, the District Judge of Fremont County in charge of this courtroom trial. I'll briefly reintroduce you to some of our court personnel assisting here today. Shannon Holstein, seated to my right, is the clerk who is keeping minutes of the trial proceedings, will be marking trial exhibits and administering oaths to you as jurors and to the witnesses. We do have our courtroom bailiffs as well who assist with keeping order in the courtroom and helping the jury move about where they're supposed to throughout the day, and in enforcing any conduct orders we have in effect here for the trial. Our court reporter today, Amy Bland, is taking a stenographic record of everything said during the trial proceedings, and my staff attorney, Courtney Stallings, is seated to the far right, who assists me with legal research and administrative matters that come up throughout each day of trial. Each one of you has been qualified, examined, and selected to serve as a juror of this court. The clerk will now have a roll call of our seated jurors. Please, Madam Clerk, if you would conduct the roll call. As to each juror, once your juror number is announced, please just indicate present or here verbally so we acknowledge that on the record. Madam Clerk.
Juror 27, present. Juror 219.
Here.
Juror 505.
Here.
Juror 631.
Here.
Juror 653.
Here.
Juror 686.
Present.
Juror 752.
Present.
Juror 1680. Present. Juror 823.
Here.
Juror 1358.
Here.
Juror 1365. Here. Juror 716. Here. Juror 751.
Here.
Juror 997.
Here.
Juror 1078. Juror 1577. Here. Juror 1271. Juror 1382.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This case has been brought by the state of Idaho. I'll sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. State is here represented in this trial by Lindsay Blake, Fremont County prosecutor. Ms. Blake, could you please stand briefly? Also, Rob Wood is the Madison County prosecutor. Ingrid Beatty is a special assistant prosecutor. And Rocky Wixom is a Fremont County deputy prosecutor. The defendant in this case, Mr. Daybell, is represented by his attorney, John Pryor. Thank you, counsel. In a few moments, the clerk will read you a redacted version of the amended indictment in this case. That document is not to be considered as evidence. It sets forth the charges against the defendant. You must not consider it as evidence of guilt and not be influenced by the fact that charges have been filed. Mr. Daybell has pled not guilty to the charges contained in the amended indictment. And please remember, again, it's a description of charges. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The duty of the jury is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in the instructions I will later give you to those facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying the court's instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is or what the law should be or what any lawyer may state the law to be. During this course of the trial, including opening statements, you're instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including using the internet or social media or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. And do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. The court's given you that instruction now multiple times, and I will continue to give you that instruction. And again, that's not because I don't think you're not paying attention. It's just important enough. We'll keep reiterating that. And I will note we received the juror affirmations today from each of the jurors indicating they have followed that instruction. So thank you for that. At this time then, the next matter we'll take up is to have this jury placed under oath for trial. At this time then, Madam Clerk, if you're ready to administer the oath, I'll have the jurors stand and be placed under oath. When you stand, then please raise your right hands.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will try the cause now on trial and a true verdict rendered herein according to the law and the evidence, so help you God.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, the jurors have already been advised of some of our trial procedures in this case, and I'll just give you some additional general information here. Our normal schedule is to run trial from 8:30 each day until 3:30. At times that will need to be modified for certain reasons. Sometimes we have matters to be argued outside of your presence. Sometimes during the recesses, they may seem to go long because we're conducting other court business outside of your presence. But we will take recesses through the morning and also in the afternoon. If anyone is uncomfortable, needs a break or recess for some specific reason, please notify the bailiff and we'll do our best to accommodate each of you and keep you comfortable while you're here. In addition, if anyone has any kind of accommodations they need, for example, assistance with a hearing device, other matters, please notify the bailiff again, and we want to make sure you are as comfortable as you can be and able to be alert and attentive throughout the presentation of evidence in the case. These seats that you have been assigned to at this time will be your specific seat throughout the trial. Please return to that same assigned seat each day or after each break so that we are able to determine who's here and if someone's not for some reason, who's not here. If there are interruptions at times during the trial, I know that can be frustrating, but we'll work our best to keep those to a minimum, move the trial as long as efficiently as possible, but at times it just takes time to hear motions that are necessary outside of your presence. And then the courtroom and your location for deliberations, as well as during the trial where you'll be held. We've provided, of course, access to restrooms and other needs you may have. I'll address your compensation here. State law allows you for $10 a day for your jury service. However, after 5 days, that bumps up to $40 a day. So this trial is expected to go some time. You'll likely get into that increased range of compensation, and that's pursuant to Idaho Code 2215. You're also entitled, I believe, to a mileage reimbursement for travel each day, and that can further be explained to you if you have any questions. Also, you may notice from time to time, or a lot of the time, I'm looking at monitors here during the trial. I do have case information here and availability to access and research things from the bench. And so if you notice me looking at those monitors, it's generally to assist me in trial issues that come up. At this time, then, the court will provide the jury with some additional jury instructions. As I read through these, it's somewhat lengthy, and I will notify you that you don't have to necessarily memorize everything I'm saying. When the trial is concluded and you deliberate, you will have printed copies of these instructions to return to for reference. And if you'll give me just a moment here, I have a brief inquiry to make with my staff attorney. All right, thank you. Now that you've been sworn as jurors to try this case, I'll go over with you what will be happening. I will describe how the trial will be conducted and what we will be doing. At the end of the trial, I'll give you more detailed guidance on how you are to reach your decision. Because the state has the burden of proof, it goes first. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement or may wait until the state has presented its case. The state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The defense may then present evidence that is not required to do so. If the defense does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence. This is evidence offered to answer the defense's evidence. After you have heard all of the evidence, I'll give you additional instructions on the law. After you've heard the instructions, the state and the defense will each be given time for closing arguments. In their closing arguments, they will summarize the evidence to help you understand how it relates to the law. Just as the opening statements are not evidence, neither are the closing arguments. After the closing arguments, you will leave the courtroom together to make your decision. During your deliberations, you will have with you my instructions, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and any notes taken by you in court. The defendant is charged by the state of Idaho with a violation of law. The charges against the defendant are contained in the amended indictment. The amended indictment is simply a description of the charges. It is not evidence. Jury instruction number 3. The defendant, Chad Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox and or other co-conspirators. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant, Chad Daybell, in this case, and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving any alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant, Chad Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. Instruction number 4. It is alleged that the crimes charged were committed on or about or on or between a certain date. If you find a crime was committed, the proof need not show that it was committed on that precise date. Instruction number 5. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. Presumption of innocence means 2 things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Jury instruction number 6. A defendant in a criminal trial has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant may not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Jury instruction number 7. If during the trial I may say or do anything which suggests to you that I am inclined to favor the claims or positions of any party, you will not permit yourself to be influenced by any such suggestion. I will not express nor intend to express, nor will I intend to intimate any opinion as to which witnesses are or are not worthy of belief, what facts are or are not established, or what inferences should be drawn from the evidence. If any expression of mine seems to indicate an opinion relating to any of these matters, I will instruct you to disregard it. Jury instruction number 8. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instructions to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In doing so, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence you in your deliberations. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted in this trial. This evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits offered and received, and any stipulated or admitted facts. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the trial, an objection may be made to a question asked a witness, or to a witness's answer, or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and are not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question, or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the trial, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law which should apply to this case. Sometimes that will occur over on the corner there, and we do have a device here that whites out the noise, so you can't hear us speaking there. At other times, I'll excuse you from the courtroom so that you can be comfortable while we work out any problems with evidence. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time to help the trial run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with these terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted in this trial. However, the law does not require you to believe all of the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you must apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decisions simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to be given such an opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Jury instruction number 9, at the conclusion of the trial, you will decide as to each charge whether the state has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you in making these decisions. That is a matter which must not in any way affect your verdict. Jury instruction number 10. The state is seeking the death penalty in this case. If the defendant is convicted of murder in the first degree, there will then be a separate sentencing phase of the trial. At that sentencing phase, additional evidence may be presented and the jury will be given additional instructions. At the conclusion of that hearing, the jury will then decide if the defendant will be sentenced to death. If the jury decides that the defendant will not be sentenced to death, either the defendant will be sentenced to a term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, or the judge will sentence the defendant to a term of life imprisonment during which the defendant could not be paroled for at least 10 years and possibly for life. Jury instruction number 11. If you wish, you may take notes to help you remember what witnesses said. If you do take notes, please keep them to yourself until after you and your fellow jurors go to the jury room to decide the case. You should not let note-taking distract you so that you do not hear other answers by witnesses. When you leave at night, you'll leave your notes here with the bailiffs. If you do not take notes, you should rely on your own memory of what was said and not be overly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, you cannot assign one person the duty of taking notes for all of you. Jury instruction number 12. It is important that as jurors and officers of this court, you obey the following instructions at any time you leave the jury box, whether it be for recesses of the court during the day or when you leave the courtroom to go home at night. First, do not talk about the case among yourselves or with anyone else during the course of the trial. You should keep an open mind throughout the trial and not form or express an opinion about the case. You should only reach your decision after you have heard all the evidence, after you've heard my final instructions, and after the final arguments. You may discuss this case with the other members of the jury only after it is submitted to you for your decision. All such discussions should take place in the jury room. Second, do not let any person talk about the case in your presence. If anyone does talk about it to you, tell them you're a juror of the case. If they won't stop talking, then report that to the bailiff or courtroom staff here as soon as you're able to do that. You should not tell your fellow jurors about what has happened. Third, during this trial, do not talk with any of the parties, their lawyers, or any witnesses. By this, I mean not only do not talk about the case, but do not talk at all, even to pass the time of day. In no other way can all parties be assured of the fairness they are entitled to expect from you as jurors. Fourth, during this trial, do not make any investigation of this case or inquiry outside of the courtroom on your own. Do not go to any place mentioned in the testimony without an order of the court to do so. You must not consult any books, records, internet, or any other source of information unless I specifically authorize you to do so. Fifth, do not read about the case in the newspapers. Do not listen to radio or television broadcasts about the trial. You must base your verdict solely on what is presented in court and not upon any newspaper, radio, television, or other media account of what may have happened. Each day you will be required, as I mentioned, to sign an affirmation that you will follow this admonition of the court. That concludes the court's first instructions then, and as I mentioned, you will be provided copies of those when you deliberate for further reference. Next, at this time then, I am going to have the clerk read the amended and redacted indictment to you. Madam Clerk, if you're ready to read the amended indictment, please do that at this time.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and in Florida County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Daybell defendant, case number CR 22211623, amended indictment. Chad Daybell is accused by the grand jury of Fremont County of this indictment as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Vallow and or Alex Paphos, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction and common scheme or plan in Madison and Fremont counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tylee Ryan and to commit grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and as part of a common scheme or plan for continuing criminal transactions in Madison and Fremont counties in Idaho, were concerned in the commission of a first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, or not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being, to wit, either kill Tylee Ryan and or assist in the killing of Tylee Ryan, and or did encourage the killing of Tylee Ryan, and or did command another to kill Tylee Ryan in violation of Idaho. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Vallow and or Alex Paphos, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, excuse me, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction and common scheme or plan in Madison and Fremont counties, Idaho, that willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Joshua Jackson Vallow, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, and to commit grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019 in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, and as part of a common scheme or plan for continuing criminal transactions between Madison and Fremont counties in Idaho, were concerned in the commission of a first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, were not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being. To wit, did either kill J.J. Vallow and or assist in the killing of J.J. Vallow, and or did encourage the killing of J.J. Vallow, and or did command another to kill J.J. Vallow in violation of Idaho Code. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, in the county of Fremont, state of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Madison County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction in common scheme or plan in Fremont and Madison counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tammy Daybell, and did combine or conspire to commit murder, and one or more of such persons did enact to effect the object, combination, or conspiracy. Count 6, first-degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on October 18 to 19, 2019, in the county of Fremont, state of Idaho, was concerned in the commission of a first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, or not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being. To wit, did either kill Tammy Daybell and or assist in the killing of Tammy Daybell, and or did encourage the killing of Tammy Daybell, and or did command another to kill Tammy Daybell in violation of Idaho Code. Count 7, insurance fraud. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 30, 2019, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or thing material to such claim, to wit, did present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Life Map Assurance Company in violation of Idaho Code. Count 9, insurance fraud. That the defendant, Chad Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 31, 2019, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer, or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or material thing to such claim, to wit, did present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Primerica Life Insurance Company in violation of Idaho Code. Signed as a true bill on the 24th day of May, 2021, and signed by the Deputy Presiding Grand Juror, acting as Presiding Grand Juror in Fremont County, state of Idaho. And to these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading the redacted amended indictment. In this case, again, I will advise the jurors, remember the indictment is a description of charges. It is not evidence. That concludes the court's opening instructions and the reading of the indictment. The jury's been sworn as well. The next matter we would take up then are opening statements. We inquire of the state, is the state ready to proceed with openings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will be giving the opening statement?
I will remember.
Very well. Mr. Wood, you may present your opening.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is there a hand mic so that I may address the jury?
I think we do have one. Might take us a moment to get it over to you.
And then I do have a PowerPoint attached.
All right.
May I proceed your phone? Yes, it's for the HDMI. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you.
Two dead children buried in the defendant Chad Daybell's backyard in September of 2019. The next month, his wife is found dead in their marital bed. 17 days after the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, this defendant is photographed laughing and dancing on a beach in Hawaii at his wedding. It's Lori Vallow, a woman who was his mistress and the mother of the children buried in the graves on his property. 3 dead bodies. This defendant believed he had a right beyond the ordinary. When he had a chance at what he considered his rightful destiny, he made sure that no person or no law would stand in his way. His desire for sex, money, and power led him to pursue those ambitions. And this pursuit led to the deaths of his wife and Lori's 2 innocent children. Chad Daybell is an author who wrote books about the apocalypse. During this trial, you will hear a story more troubling. And the story is real. Chapter 1. The defendant was a seemingly ordinary man. You'll see that he craved significance. He worked in journalism, and he worked as a sexton in a graveyard. He married his wife Tammy in 1990 after meeting at Brigham Young University, and they settled in Utah. As a full-time homemaker and mother, Tammy's love for her family was boundless. Together, Tammy and the defendant started a small publishing company, which Tammy supported in many ways. They had 5 children together. They moved to Idaho, where Tammy became a beloved school librarian. She was devoted to service, her community, and her faith. But for this defendant, that ordinary existence was not enough. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. Your Honor, this mic just...
Sorry, Mr. Wood. Let's see if we get a replacement mic.
I got it working now.
Okay.
I noticed that the PowerPoint is not up.
Yeah, look, I think your mic's off. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't turn it off this time, so
You might have a bad battery. You want to confirm the screen as well?
Your Honor, it's up on the screen and it's plugged into the HDMI. I'm not sure why it's not. transfer. I don't know if there's any one person out there with that.
Let's see if we can get some help to maybe see if we can get the signal to work on that.
Sorry. Can I proceed?
Yeah, but I'm still not sure on the mic. Is that not working?
Check.
Okay, thanks.
Apologies for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. She was married to her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, and she was the mother to Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. Tylee was a normal, vibrant teenage girl. She loved her friends. You'll hear that she loved her Jeep. She loved Chipotle. She loved her little brother, JJ. JJ was a 7-year-old boy on the autism spectrum. He required extensive special care needs. He loved his sister. You'll hear about a pivotal date that set in motion the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. October 26, 2018. That was a day when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met at a religious conference in St. George, Utah, where they were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At this time, both still married to other spouses. That introduction set in motion the reality you're going to hear about. We know what happened next through the defendant's own words. You'll hear. Though both married, Chad and Lori began to have an affair. You will hear excerpts from the defendant's extended text messages to Lori that reveal his mindset and his motivations. In his thirst for sex, power, and money, Chad created an alternate reality where they called themselves James and Elena, names that Chad claimed were from past lives they had lived together. The defendant's text messages reveal their story of lust and their plan for a future together. Chad Daybell wrote that upon meeting Lori Vallow, he experienced a happiness unmatched by anything else in his 50 years. He was captivated by her appearance, so much so he said she was out of his league. You will hear evidence in his own words, how he was taken by her beauty and spoke about their sexual encounters on many occasions. More than anything else, Chad's obsession with Lori was rooted in her adoration for him. She was the mirror reflecting the grandeur he saw in himself. He called her an exalted goddess. He told her in writing that she had returned to earth to perform a special mission. And part of that mission included being with him. They soon came together and turned their dreams into a plan for the future, one free from what they called obstacles. And those obstacles were Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Chapter 3. You'll hear that in the world that Chad and Lori planned for themselves, they identified those who stood in the way of their dream as dark. Their spouses, Lori's own children, and any who opposed them were labeled sometimes as dark spirits or even zombies. This was more than an alleged belief of right-wing labor. The evidence will show that it was a convenient narrative that dehumanized people who stood in their way and who were labeled as obstacles. This narrative gave them the pretext to remove people from this world for their own good. Chad and Lori preached that only through spiritual intervention, what they sometimes called casting, sometimes through burning, or even through death, that these dark spirits be cleansed. Enter Alex Cox, Lori's devoted brother. Chad and Lori manipulated Alex with promises of spiritual rewards. They wielded their influence over Alex, drawing him into their plotting and planning of their own future. After the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Chad Daybell gave Alex a blessing. This blessing was reported by Lori, who was present, And in that blessing, he said to Alex, "You have earned the privilege to be a member of their exclusive religious group." And he also said to him, "You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid." But you will also see other text messages. Chad and Lori discussed more earthly concerns, that Alex could be the one to implicate them. Alex knew this as well. Shortly before he died, on December 12th, 2019, he told his wife, Zulema Pastenis, who you will hear from, he was afraid he was going to be Chad and Lori's fall guy. Chapter 4. Once their calculated plan was devised, it only took months to execute and remove perceived obstacles in Chad Daybell's path to a new life. Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, who was labeled as dark by the defendant, was shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. Lori stood to gain $1 million, money that could fund Chad and Lori's future. Yet following Charles's death, Lori Vallow awaited a $1 million life insurance payout that never came, only to learn that the beneficiary was no longer her. Upon learning she would not receive that insurance money, Lori would text Chad, "I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS, meaning Social Security." Chad replied to her in a text that read, "It will be interesting to see if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest." Tylee Ryan, also branded dark and a zombie, was last seen on September 8th, 2019. Subsequent investigations revealed the horrifying truth. Her remains, charred and dismembered, were found in a grave on Chad Daybell's property. Without Charles's $1 million in insurance money to support them, Lori Vallow continued to illegally receive Tylee's Social Security benefits, provided after the death of Tylee's biological father, who had been Lori's 3rd husband. According to this defendant, J.J. Vallow, Lori's son, was also possessed. After he was labeled as a dark entity, his fate was no less tragic than his sister's. His young life was also claimed. Later, his bound body was discovered buried in Chad's backyard, his death by suffocation. Yet while JJ was missing, Lori continued to illegally receive JJ's Social Security benefit, money provided by Charles Vallow's dad. Tammy Daybell, a vivacious, healthy mother, was another individual labeled as a dark spirit to be removed. On October 9th of 2019, she reported being shot at night near her home by a man covered in black. She thought it was a paintball gun. On October 19th, 10 days later, she died in her own home with her husband present. This was soon after an increase in the value of her life insurance to more than $400,000. This defendant rapidly cashed in that life insurance and began looking for condos in Hawaii with Lori. You'll see the rental application he submitted for a couple with no kids. Medical examiners would later determine that the only reasonable explanation for Tammy's death was not of natural causes, but rather a homicide. In fact, you will hear from multiple witnesses that Chad predicted multiple times that Tammy would die an early death. Chapter 5. 17 days after his wife's death, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married and celebrated on a beach in Kauai, Hawaii, symbolizing what he called their eternal union. Chad and Lori were preparing their wedding well before Tammy's death. Lori was shopping for wedding rings while Tammy was still alive. Now, without the earthly obstacles of spouses and young children, and with Tammy's insurance policy and the children's Social Security funds, they could live the life that Chad and Lori wanted. Nothing was going to stand in their way. Chapter 6. Unfortunately for this defendant, Reality soon shattered their bliss. Two things led law enforcement to his and Lori's door. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori Vallow's nephew-in-law, a man named Brandon Boudreaux, was shot at in Arizona by someone from what he believed was Tyler's Jeep. Law enforcement in Arizona investigating Brandon's shooting contacted law enforcement in Fremont County, Idaho, to look for Alex Cox and for Tyler's Jeep. And you'll hear that that Jeep was later found in Rexburg, Idaho, in Madison County. Meanwhile, J.J. Vallow's grandmother, concerned that she hadn't seen or heard from him in months, asked police for help. The police followed up and located Lori in Rexburg, Idaho, where the police did a welfare check at Lori's apartment. Law enforcement arrived at Lori's door on November 26, 2019. When asked about Lori, Chad first told law enforcement he didn't know her very well, despite the fact that they were married and had been in a relationship for over a year. Lies by Lori to police about JJ and Tylee's whereabouts, and then a move to Hawaii, and Lori's unwillingness to present her children to law enforcement to prove their well-being led to her arrest and extradition. As Lori refused to produce her children, law enforcement continued their search for Tylee and JJ. During that search, they located a unique text message that this defendant, Chad Daybell, had sent to his wife Tammy on September 9, 2019, which was the day after Tylee Bryan's last known appearance. You'll hear from the FBI agent who found that message, but this message seemed longer than his usual text to Tammy, and it had a more conversational tone. In that text, Chad claimed he'd had an interesting morning, that he'd shot a raccoon, that he'd buried it in what they called the pet cemetery, and that he'd had a fire on the property where he burned some limb debris. When law enforcement finally went to the defendant's property the following June, they didn't find a raccoon. They found Tylee's burnt remains were buried in the pet cemetery. And they found JJ nearby, buried under a tree near a pond. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been told this would be a lengthy trial. You will hear from many witnesses. You will hear a lot of evidence. You're going to hear a lot of dates. The following is just a timeline of major events to help understand when these things took place. October 26, 2018, Chad and Lori meet in St. George, Utah. July 11, 2019, Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, shot and killed by Alex Cox. Between August 31st and September 1st, Lori, Alex Cox, and Tylee and JJ moved to Rexburg, Idaho, just a few miles south of the defendant's home. Tylee's last known sighting was September 8, 2019. The text I just spoke of about the raccoon was sent by the defendant to his wife September 9, 2019. JJ's last known sighting you'll hear about September 22nd. The attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreaux in Arizona was October 2nd. The shooting I mentioned of Tammy, the shooting at her, the unsuccessful shooting, October 9th, 2019. Tammy's death, October 19th, 2019. 17 days later, Chad and Lori marry in Hawaii. Law enforcement did a welfare check looking for JJ November 26, 2019 in Rexburg, Idaho. November 26th and 27th, Chad and Lori leave town. June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ's remains are found on Chad's property. As I said, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from a lot of witnesses. And there's going to be different groups of evidence you're going to hear from. You'll hear from law enforcement, some of whom will give you a broad overview of the investigation and what they did, how the search for Tylee and JJ drew to a case of murder. You'll hear how it began by people who knew Lori and Chad, the James and Elena. You'll hear about the James and Elena story and about their relationship with each other and how they pursued their dream, their plan for a life together. You'll hear in the defendant's own words, people referred to as obstacles, how they need to be gotten rid of. You're going to hear financial evidence. You'll hear from an FBI forensic accountant and a detective, a Social Security administrator, investigator, who will talk about the finances involved in this case. You'll hear more from law enforcement, from multiple law enforcement agencies, the Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, Social Security Administration, about the investigation into these crimes. You will see forensic evidence. You'll see DNA testing to identify the body of Tylee. You'll see DNA testing that showed that DNA from Tylee was found on at least 2 tools in the defendant's shed. You'll hear digital evidence dealing with geolocation data tied to certain phones that were used in this case. You'll hear from Hawaii law enforcement about searches they performed in Hawaii on the defendant and his wife. And finally, you will hear many of this defendant's own words. You will hear voice recordings of this defendant. You'll hear, recorded phone calls between him and his wife, Lori Vallow. You'll read multiple texts that he and Lori sent back, and other texts he sent. Chapter 9, what's unwritten. The defendant stands before you today, charged with multiple crimes. First-degree murder for the death of Tammy Daybell. First-degree murder for the death of Tylee Ryan. First-degree murder for the death of JJ Vallow. Conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception, the death of Tylee Ryan. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception for the death of JJ Vallow, and insurance fraud. Two dead children buried in this defendant's backyard. The next month, his wife dead in their bed. 17 days later, this defendant marries Lori Vallow. Members of the jury, days or probably weeks from now, when the evidence in this trial is fully unfolded, we will have the opportunity to speak with you again. And at that time, we will ask you to end this horrible narrative. Your verdict will be the link that writes the final chapter of this tragic saga. A chapter that delivers justice for Tammy, justice for JJ, and justice for Tylee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That will conclude the opening statement of the state. Mr. Pryor, a couple of questions. First, is the defense going to give an opening statement now or defer until later? And second, if you are going to give an opening statement, would you prefer we take a mid-morning recess or go forward?
Judge, could we take a short recess? And I have a speak.
Okay, I think this is a good time then for our mid-morning break. We'll go ahead and take that now. And then once that's concluded, Mr. Pryor can give his opening statement for the defense.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please have the chair, bro.
Yes, Your Honor.
All rise. Very present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We've concluded our morning recess. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is the time we'll next have opening statements by the defense. Mr. Pryor, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have the court's permission to enter the well?
You may.
Thank you.
And maybe check that microphone to make sure it is working. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As an introduction, I'm John Pryor. I'm the defense attorney for Mr. Daybell. And I'm from Meridian, Idaho. I'm an attorney from Meridian, Idaho, over here on the west side of the state. I want to talk to you a little bit today. And at my age, video presentations are not something that would come easy to me. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about my view of the case and the facts and evidence. And what's important are facts and evidence. I think that when we went through the jury selection process, we talked about facts and we talked about evidence. And the judge gave you an instruction to talk to you a little bit about you take into consideration the facts of this case and not be distracted by other things. Don't be distracted by speculation. Don't be distracted by guesses or assumptions or hunches. It all comes down to facts and evidence. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the facts and evidence in this case. Chad Daybell, and I'm learning this, and I've had some time to learn about this because it didn't come natural to me. But Chad Daybell went on what is called a mission early on in his life. And I guess what a mission is, and I'm not familiar with that, but I guess what a mission is they go away to a location and they talk to people about their religious beliefs. And Chad's faith, that was important as part of his faith. And when they return from these missions, they start the process of moving on with their lives. And when Chad got back from doing his mission in New Jersey, he met Tammy Daybell. Another fact that I discovered, and you'll hear a little bit about, is that Chad had an extended engagement, had an extended, by his faith standards, romance before they got married. Chad and Tammy dated for approximately 6 months. And what I understand is by their nature, 6 months is an extended dating process before you end up getting married. So after 6 months, they got married. They were married in Utah and proceeded then to have children. They have 5 children, now all 5 adult children. At some point, they moved back here to Idaho, or moved to Idaho, and they started a small publishing company. And you'll hear testimony that the publishing company was predominantly run by Tammy. Tammy managed it. Tammy was the brains behind the company. And Tammy basically took the reins and did everything that was necessary to move this publishing company. It was a small publishing company, a very small publishing company. And what they did is basically publish books. Chad would write these books. And he would write these books about his religious experiences. In his faith, he had certain beliefs, faith that he practiced. You know, when he went on his mission, when he, read his interpretation of the books that he used for his faith, he started writing books about things that were consistent with his faith. Things like premonitions. We've all heard of premonitions, about being able to predict things, about being able to see maybe when things happen. And some people believe in that, some people don't. Some people have personally experienced that, or I've been here before. But he writes about his premonitions. He writes about good and evil, and what it means to be good, and what it means to be evil. He writes about dark and light. He writes about subjects that are a little darker, like death, and maybe the coming of the end of things, and when his Savior in his mind is going to come back, and maybe there'll be some kind of a redemption of some sort. But his books covered a lot of subjects like that, and they were all based on fiction. In other words, he was writing these books about theories and things that came into his head, and he would write these stories. But he also wrote children's books, and he wrote books for teenagers. And he wrote these books about adventures and then some crazy ideas about things that kids and teenagers get involved in. In about October of 2018, Chad was going out and he was invited by one of the witnesses that you'll hear in this case to speak about his books. And this was not uncommon. He would travel and he would be asked to say, well, come and talk about some of the things that you believe in. You've talked about these premonitions, some life experiences. You're going to hear testimony about that. And he was invited on one particular occasion in late October. And he attended this, and while he was there trying to sell his books, and like most of us who are business people, the focus of these meetings really was for Chad to try to get his books published, because that's how he made a living. And he was there in one of his booths trying to promote his books, and he laid them out there. And this beautifully stunning woman named Lori Vallow comes up. And she starts giving him a lot of attention. And she pursued him. And she encouraged him. And you'll hear testimony that she went so far as to grab behind the booth and sort of help him in trying to sell some of his books. She obviously had an interest, and maybe she felt that he was this publisher, or maybe she had an opinion. You'll hear testimony about that. And then after the seminar, there was a length of time where there was no contact between the two of them, a month and a half, 2 months. And during that time, Chad Daybell went on his day-to-day life. He'd been married to Tammy for some 29 years, has no remarkable background of any kind. I think the testimony we'll offer will show I think he had a speeding ticket in 2005. But Lori Vallow was a different story. Lori Vallow was someone who, right out of high school, married her first husband. You'll hear testimony about this. That marriage was very short-lived, very short-lived. She then married husband number 2 a few years later. And again, very short-lived marriage. And there's some testimony indication that there were some problems with the marriage that caused the breakup. But the concern seems to be, the theme seems to be that Lori's brother Alex, and you're going to hear about Alex Cox. Alex Cox was Lori's protector. Alex Cox would do anything and everything to protect, aid, and assist Lori Vallow in whatever her endeavors, without unbridled question, anything. And if Alex Cox even perceived that there was a problem, Alex Cox reacted. You're going to hear testimony that in 2007, I believe it was in August of 2007, Lori Vallow had finished up going through her third marriage with Joseph Ryan. It was a tumultuous, you'll hear testimony that it was a tumultuous marriage, a terrible marriage. And Lori Vallow made accusations against Joseph Ryan of abusing their child Tylee. Yes, the same Tylee. And during one of the visits in 2007, folks, and I want to tell you, you're going to hear testimony that in 2007, Chad Daybell didn't even know Lori Vallow existed. But Alex Cox, after one of the exchanges and the visitations with Tylee, Alex Cox approached Joseph Ryan and shot him with a taser and assaulted him. Was eventually charged with aggravated assault, was eventually put in jail, and had this on his record. And there was representation, the facts will suggest that at the time Joseph Ryan feared for his life. This was a serious situation. But it set the pattern for what we're dealing with Alex Cox. Whenever there was a problem or a threat to Lori Vallow, you'll hear testimony that Alex Cox came to the rescue. But Alex Cox would run without even question and do whatever was necessary to solve Lori Vallow's problems. We're going to fast forward then to 2019. Lori Vallow is still married to Charles Vallow. And the prosecuting attorney mentioned this, yes. Chad Daybell at that point, coming in January and February, started to have communications with Lori Vallow. And yes, folks, it turned into an inappropriate relationship. 2019 and forward. And yes, he was engaging in discussions, he was engaging in contact with her, all of the things that the prosecutor talked about in terms of a relationship. But subsequent to the seriousness of this relationship getting rolling, Alex Cox was at a visitation in 2019 with Charles Vallow. And Lori Vallow was there, Tylee Ryan was there, JJ was there. They were all present. And during that altercation and that supposed visit, much like with Joseph Ryan, Alex Cox took out a gun and shot Charles Vallow. And then after calling 911, he then finished the job and walked up to him at close range, finished him off. Now, you're going to hear testimony that in some way, Chad Daybell was implicated in that. And you're going to hear further testimony that he was not. You're going to hear testimony and see documentation that suggests that the prosecuting attorney on review of this indicated that there was no likelihood of conviction of Chad Daybell. You'll hear testimony that Chad Daybell had nothing to do with the execution by Alex Cox, Charles Vallow. And the same for Brandon Boudreaux. You will hear that Chad Daybell is not being pursued for any involvement in the Brandon Boudreaux attempted murder. Those occurred, and those are separate, as well as the Charles Vallow. So what we have is we have a situation where someone who's 29 years old, Chad Daybell, 29 years of marriage with Tammy Daybell, no discernible issues in his life. And then Lori Vallow comes in the picture, Miss Texas. You'll hear testimony about this beautiful, vivacious woman, very sexual person, and very manipulative. And she knows how to get what she wants. And she drew Chad Daybell into a relationship, and an unfortunate relationship, that Chad fell into. After that, things started rolling, issues started happening that eventually, yes, there was a murder. And there was a burial. And you've heard discussion about the backyard of Chad Daybell. Well, we have a 4.5 acre farm in Fremont County, Idaho. And you'll hear testimony that the body of J.J. Vallow was discovered behind an irrigation pond and a tree out in the pasture. So technically, yes, maybe the backyard, but more accurately described as the pasture, hidden behind a tree. You're going to hear testimony that also in the middle of this pasture was a raspberry patch, former raspberry patch, that was then turned into a place for them to bury the cats, the dogs, and all of the animals on the farm. Okay? Again, out in the pasture of the field and not the backyard. You'll hear testimony about that. You're going to hear from 4 experts that I'm going to bring forward. And these 4 experts, the first one is going to be Dr. Greg Hampenkian. And Dr. Hampenkian is a bit of a notable local from Boise State University. And Dr. Hampenkian is a DNA expert, considered one of the best DNA experts. He's been involved and has significant work that he's done on both the defense and for the prosecution. He was involved and led the team with Amanda Knox in Italy that got her exonerated because of the DNA evidence. He has substantial experience. And anybody or anyone who knows anything about DNA goes to Dr. Hampenkian first, because he is the guy. And Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk a little bit about the DNA evidence that's found on the scene. Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk about the fingerprint on the plastic that J.J. Vallow was discovered in, was that of Alex Cox. Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk about the hair sample that was found on the plastic of Alex Cox, and that it was Lori Vallow. Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk about several, and I mean several other hairs that were found on the plastic of J.J. Vallow. But he's also going to say that there was no DNA evidence, no hair sample of Chad Daybell on Tylee Ryan or on J.J. Vallow. You're then going to hear from Dr. Raven. Dr. Raven is a forensic pathologist, and she's going to talk a little bit about the circumstances surrounding Tammy Daybell. And what Dr. Raven is going to say is that there's no indication that this is either a homicide or any other crime, and that the only conclusion she could come to is you can't determine what the cause of death was. There's no way to determine it. Tammy Daybell was buried. You'll hear testimony about that. And then a short time later, the police officers showed up and they dug her body up after she'd been buried, after she was laid to rest, and then continued after the body was pulled out of the ground and continued to examine it for whatever they were looking for. And what you're going to find is based on that, Dr. Raven's going to say you can't determine what the cause of death is. You're going to hear testimony from the Daybell children, from the children themselves, 4 of the 5 children, I think, 3 or 4 of the 5 children testimony. They're going to talk about their mother's health struggles. They're going to talk about their mother's use of various medicinal treatments that she would use, oils that she would put on her leg, medicine and different herbs that she would take, and that her mother was suffering from, a number of maladies, and that she would refuse to go see a doctor or get it treated. And Dr. Raven's going to enlighten you a little bit about some of the circumstances regarding Tammy Daybell. You're then going to hear from Patrick Eller. He's a forensic digital data examiner. And Patrick Eller is someone who has spent his life in the military working for various agencies, and we'll talk a little bit about that, within the government to do data retrieval and data research. And he's going to talk a little bit about the phone records that are involved in this case. He's going to specifically talk about the travels of Alex Cox, because you are going to hear testimony that Alex Cox went to Chad Daybell's property on the 9th of September. You're gonna hear that Alex Cox approached Chad Daybell's property a half a dozen other, 5 or 6 other times. You're gonna hear testimony that Alex Cox was there on the 23rd. And you're gonna hear where Alex Cox was in a number of other times and places in his whereabouts and his travels for about a 2.5 month period. And Patrick is going to, offer you some information and data to support all of that. And finally, you're going to hear from a forensic anthropologist, and his name's Eric Bartlink. And Mr. Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the nature and the nature of how the remains of Tylee were burned. Eric Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the lack of complete skeletal remains and why, when Tylee was dug down in the ground, there was not a complete set of skeletal remains. In fact, there were a number of pieces of that were missing. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, and the judge has talked to us a little bit about not making a decision until you hear all of the evidence. And there's a specific jury instruction that talks about that. The jury instruction is, consider all the evidence. Listen to the instructions from the court on how you're to proceed. Listen to the arguments of the prosecuting attorney and the defense, and then and only then do you make your decision. And at the conclusion of all that evidence, and at the conclusion of the judge's instructions, the arguments of both of the defense attorneys, I'm going to ask you folks to return the verdict not guilty. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the opening statement of the defense. Then this time we will commence with presenting evidence. I understand the state does have a first witness to call. Is the state ready and prepared to do that?
Your Honor, the state is prepared. We had spoken with your clerk earlier. We thought we were going to have a brief sidebar.
Okay, let's discuss our schedule and put it in a sidebar. Sure. Council, thanks for discussing scheduling. Our intention here will be to start with a state's first witness that apparently will take some time. So we will plan on taking a lunch hour also at right around noon if possible. So Mr. Wood, are you going to be calling the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state will be calling Lori Vallow.
All right, well, go ahead and call your witness. We'll have him come up and sworn.
Sir, before safely. When you're facing Madam Clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Officer, as you testify, just remember to make a audible response to anything being questioned, so that the record stays clear, and try to avoid speaking over the top of anyone questioning you. With that in mind, then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo. Is that on?
Your Honor, is that microphone on?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and start over and just talk right into the mic, please.
Detective, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo.
Thank you. Detective Hermosillo, what is your occupation?
I'm currently a lieutenant in the detective division for the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you been a detective?
5 years.
And how long were you involved in law enforcement before you became a detective?
Before I was a detective, 18 years.
Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police?
No.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
Detective, have you been involved in the case regarding Chad Daybell?
Yes, I have.
You know what Chad Daybell looks like?
I do.
Is he present in this courtroom?
He is. He's at the defendant's table for sure in a low screen time.
Thank you. Detective, let's talk about how did you initially become involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Daybell?
On November 1st, 2019, I was contacted by Fremont County Sheriff's Office. I was told that there was possibly a Jeep that was involved in an attempted homicide in our jurisdiction. So at that time, with that information, I contacted Gilbert Police and asked what they needed us to do to assist them.
What did you do?
Gilbert Police asked us to seize the Jeep if it was located. They gave us the address of 565 Pioneer, which is Rock Creek Townhomes. They also asked us,
Detective, I'm going to stop real quick. Where is that address located? What city?
Rexburg,
What county is Rexburg in?
Madison County.
So once you received that address, what did you do?
Gilbert asked us to seize the Jeep if we had located the Jeep. They also asked us to perform intermittent surveillance. So at that time, that's exactly what we did.
And when you say intermittent surveillance, what did you do to perform that surveillance?
When we were driving around, when there was no other calls coming in, we would park in front of the residence, behind the residence, take photographs of anybody leaving or coming in. That's basically what we did for that surveillance.
And do you recall what dates you did that surveillance?
The dates were between November 1st and November 4th when I located the Jeep at 565 Pioneer.
Did you ever see the defendant at that address?
I did. There were a few times during the intermittent surveillance that we had taken photographs of the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and Lori Vallow, either coming or going from the residence.
And that was between the dates of November 1st and November 4th.
Judge, could we, for the record, have this officer established the record?
I'm sorry, 2019.
So. Okay, and did you, when you talked about seeing Mr. Daybell, was that between those dates of November 1st and November 4th of 2019?
That's correct.
And your primary job was to look for a Jeep, is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked, the State's Exhibit 90. Very well. The court has a courtesy copy and counsel as well.
Mr. Wood, to be clear, it sounded like you said 90, this is 9-8.
I believe it's 90. Double check.
Glad to see the exhibit, so I can confirm my voice. It's okay.
You're correct, Your Honor, 9A,
Thank you.
and that would be exhibits 9A through 90. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 9A through 9D?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
That is the Jeep that I had seized, parked in the parking lot just outside of 565 Pioneer.
Right. And were these pictures taken at the location of 565 Pioneer?
No, these photographs are taken at our impound lot at the police department.
Right. Did you take these pictures?
I did not know.
But do you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of the Jeep you seized from 565 Pioneer Drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the State's Exhibits 9A through D be entered into evidence.
Any objection from the defense?
Judge, I'd like to move on to your immediate action on the foundation.
All right, you can voir dire or ask foundational questions, Mr. Pryor.
Officer Hermosillo, thank you. You mentioned that you were doing surveillance on the Jeep, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to get close to the Jeep during that surveillance?
We hadn't located the Jeep during that surveillance. I located the Jeep on November 4th, 2019, and that's when I had it impounded.
Okay, and at the time of being impounded, did you have the occasion to go through the Jeep and observe the Jeep energy? Or were you relying just on the photographs taken in the Jeep? Do you understand my question?
No, sir, can you
I'll
repeat it?
rephrase that. Did you have a personal occasion to go through the inside of that Jeep and observe the contents within the Jeep?
Your Honor, I think that goes beyond the scope of this specific exhibit.
I guess the issue, Mr. Wood, is he indicated he did not take these photographs, and some of the exhibits also contain photographs of the interior of the Jeep, so I think it's proper voir dire and negative objection.
Thank you.
May I continue, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, all I'm trying to establish is I don't want you to be able to testify that someone else took the pictures and this is what they found. I want you to be able to, you're authenticating and you're under oath to swear that these are accurate photos. I'm trying to find out if that knowledge is based on your personal experience, or is it simply based on the fact that you're relying on somebody else who told you this is what we found? So that's what I'd like you to clarify for me, if you would, sir.
Sure. I impounded the Jeep. I was standing next to the officer taking the photographs. And I also went through the Jeep personally.
Okay, I withdraw the objection to those pictures. Thank you, officer.
All right, exhibits, 9A through D are admitted.
Thank you, may I publish to the jury?
You you may want to have a quick sidebar with counsel.
To like the reporter.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with publishing the court's instructions there on the sidebar, then you may publish any or all of the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor, and if I could have access to the album. Detective, is this what you saw in State's Exhibit A?
Yes,
Is this the Jeep that you had been assigned to do surveillance for?
that's right.
Did you ever learn who this Jeep belonged to?
I did.
Who did it belong to?
It was registered to Charles Vallow, but we later determined that Tylee Ryan drove that Jeep.
Detective, this is States Exhibit 9B. Is this that same Jeep?
Yes.
That's all I'm gonna publish from now.
All right, thank you.
Detective, while you were doing your surveillance, you testified that you had occasion to see the defendant, Lori Vallow. Did you ever see children with her?
No, we didn't.
Did you ever see anybody else with them?
No.
At that time? Were you, at that time, were you aware of who J.J. Vallow was?
No,
Were you aware of who Tylee Ryan was?
no,
So when you spoke with, is it fair to say that when you were initially contacted by another law enforcement agency, they did not ask you to look for those children at that time?
that's correct.
Detective, did your role in this investigation change after that?
It did.
When did that happen?
After I had seized the Jeep November 4th, 2019, I contacted Gilbert Police and let them know I had the Jeep. Gilbert Police Department flew to Rexburg with a few of their detectives and a few of their crime analysts to go through the Jeep and serve a warrant on the Jeep. They were looking for the infotainment center, which is the middle of the Jeep console. It has the GPS locations, things of that nature, and they wanted the information extracted. So when they were up here on November 18th, 2019, they asked me and the other detectives if, during our intermittent surveillance, if we had seen any children. And we told them we hadn't. They stated that JJ's grandmother.
Judge, I'm gonna object to this. I'm trying to be somewhat open-minded about foundation, but I'm gonna object.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, thanks.
So you did have further contact with law enforcement from Arizona?
Correct.
And which law enforcement agency was that?
Gilbert Police Department.
And was it Gilbert Police Department that was looking for that Jeep?
Yes, it was.
When you followed up with them about the Jeep, did they give you any other information about their case?
They did.
Did any of that information regard children?
Yes, it did.
What were you told by Gilbert Police?
Judge, objection, hearsay.
Coming in for the effect on the listener, Your Honor.
Judge, could we approach?
No, give me a moment to make a ruling on that. I'll start, the witness can answer the question, but for only the purpose of effect on the listener, if you can clarify that with your witness, Mr. Wood. Sure. And any objections overruled.
Detective, based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, did you take any action regarding any children involved in this case?
Yes, we did.
And for the purpose of what you did, what information were you given that you needed to look up on?
We were informed through their investigation that JJ Vallow's grandmother was concerned for his safety.
Judge, and again, I'm gonna object at this point to renew my objection. That's going beyond.
I'll also sustain that as bringing up your statement, Mr. Wood.
Okay. Based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, what was the next step you took in your investigation?
we were requested to do a welfare check on J.J. Vallow from the Gilbert Police Department.
Detective, had you ever met J.J. Vallow?
No,
Were you provided any identifying information as to his age or where he might be?
we were provided very little information, just a brief description of what he looked like, his age, and where he should be, which was 565. 565 Pioneer Road, where he lived with his mother, Lori Vallow.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 1.
Judge, I'm going to stipulate to the admission of State's Exhibit 1.
All right, it's being offered, Mr. Wood.
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 has been offered without objection. The court will admit State's Exhibit 1.
And Your Honor, with that stipulation, I'd actually ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 3 as well.
Further stipulate to State's Exhibit 2, and stipulate to State's Exhibit 3.
Very well. Then, presuming they're being offered, State's Exhibits 2 and 3 are also admitted. And Mr. Wood, if they're going to be published, again, the same issue we discussed before, please.
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 1?
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
That is a birth certificate out of the state of Louisiana.
Your Honor, where this is admitted, may I publish?
Yeah.
Detective, can you identify who this is a birth certificate for?
The name on my birth certificate is Canaan Todd Trahan,
What is the birth date?
May 25th, 2012.
And where is the place of birth?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Your Honor, if I may publish State's Exhibit 2.
You know,
Detective, I'm going to ask you to turn to the second page of State's Exhibit 2. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
It's a decree of adoption.
And reading through that, are you aware of who that is a decree of adoption for?
Yes.
Who is it for?
Canaan Todd Trahan.
And on the bottom of that, can you read the second to the bottom paragraph? That is a
The entire paragraph.
yes, please.
It is further ordered, the judge and decree that the name of the child, Canaan Todd Trahan, be changed as follows. Joshua Jackson Vallow, and the Registrar of the Louisiana Department of Public Health and Statistics is hereby ordered to make the appropriate changes in its records.
May I publish State's Exhibit 3, Your Honor?
yes.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 3?
That is also a birth certificate from the state of Louisiana.
And who is it a birth certificate for?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Second, in the course of your investigation. In the course of your investigation, have you learned what Joshua Jackson or JJ Vallow looks like?
Yes,
Have you seen pictures of him?
yes, I have.
Were you able to access pictures of him from iCloud accounts associated with his mother?
Yes,
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 4.
All right, the witness is handed State's Exhibit 4.
Detective, you testified that you never met JJ Vallow, correct?
correct.
How did you come to know what he looked like?
Through photographs we were given.
Where did you get those photographs?
We received a few from Gilbert Police. His grandmother, Kay Woodcock. I think that's all I can remember.
And I spoke with you briefly before. Did you ever have occasion to review iCloud accounts belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And on those iCloud accounts, did you find other pictures of JJ Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And did you find videos of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, what does Exhibit 4 purport to be?
Photograph of J.J. Vallow.
And you didn't take this picture, correct?
Correct.
But you recognize that individual as Joshua or JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
Judge, there's a little bit of foundation that I want iron on. So what's the source of that picture? Where did
Lori's iCloud, Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
Judge, can we approach just briefly on this issue?
Based on our sidebar of counsel, I understand the defense does not have an objection at this point to Exhibit 4 being submitted. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 4 then is submitted.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You know,
Detective, who is that?
That's JJ Vallow.
Detective, you were talking about receiving a request to do a welfare check, correct?
That's correct.
When did you receive that request?
On November 25th, 2019, in late evening hours, I received a call from Detective Pillar with the Gilbert Police Department, and he requested that
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point.
A request isn't hearsay.
At this point, I don't hear an objection on hearsay, so you see.
Can I repeat the question?
What did you do in response to that request?
On November 25th, 2019, I received a call from Detective Pillar at the Gilbert Police Department. He requested that I do a welfare check on JJ Vallow the next morning because he wasn't able to get a hold of JJ
Judge,
or
I'm gonna renew my objection.
Obviously, sustained as hearsay.
Did you do a welfare check for JJ Vallow?
we did.
What date did you do that?
November 26th, 2019.
How did you go about doing that?
On that morning of November 26th, 2019, myself and Detective Daybell went to Lori Vallow's residence where we presumed JJ was at. She lived at 565 Pioneer, apartment 175. As we approached, expecting to speak with Lori, we noticed the defendant, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox unloading a pickup truck near the garage area.
And at this point, were you aware of who Chad Daybell was?
Yes.
How would you learn about him?
Through our investigation with Gilbert and communicating with Gilbert Police Department.
And so you recognized who he was.
Correct.
And at that time, were you aware who Alex Cox was?
Yes, we were.
So after you saw them, what did you do next?
I got out of my vehicle and made contact with Alex. He was standing at the driver's side of his pickup truck, and the defendant Daybell was on the passenger side. I asked Alex if Lori Vallow was home, and he stated that she wasn't home. I asked Alex if JJ was home, that we were there to do a welfare check. And at that point, Alex got a surprised, frightened look on his face, looked over at across the pickup at the defendant Daybell. The defendant Daybell then looked back at Alex. And initially, neither one of them answered my question.
After they didn't answer your question, what did you do?
I asked them again if JJ was home, and Alex Cox finally answered and stated that JJ was with his grandmother in Louisiana.
When you were given that information, did it cause you any concern?
It did, because I informed Alex that it was highly unlikely because his grandmother.
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. We're gonna be getting into super soon.
I'll sustain that.
Your Honor, I think the defendant's about to testify what he said to Alex Cox.
Okay, that's not what I understood where it was going. You can re-ask the question, Mr. Wood.
Detective, what did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely because Kay.
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is going to lead into hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a statement by a declarant on the witness seat. It cannot be hearsay.
Overruled, and it is permissible, so objection overruled.
What did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely that JJ was with his grandmother Kay because she was the one who called in the welfare check.
And what was the response to that?
There was no response initially. Alex again looked over at the defendant Daybell, and they kind of both just looked at each other. And at that point, I asked Alex where I could find Lori Vallow.
And did he give you a location to find her?
He stated that she was in apartment 107, which is the same apartment complex, just a few apartments down.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I asked Alex if there was a way I could contact Lori and asked Alex for her cell phone number. And Alex told me that he didn't have her cell phone number.
Were you aware at that point that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were siblings?
Yes, through our investigation with Gilbert, we knew that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were extremely close. So when Alex told me he didn't have his sister's cell phone number, I assumed he was lying to me.
What did you do once you received that information?
Myself and Detective Hope left the defendant Daybell and Alex at the pickup truck. We went over to apartment 107 to see if we can make contact with Lori. At that point, we were just trying to find JJ Vallow.
And were you able to locate him at apartment 107?
No, we knocked on apartment 107, there was no answer. So at that point, Detective Hope began knocking on neighbors' doors, see if we can get a hold of anybody who would know if they saw a little boy coming in and out of that apartment or who resided at that apartment. And while Detective Hope was doing that, I started walking back to my vehicle to call for more detectives to come over to our location.
Why did you call for more detectives?
Because of the deception from Alex, I wanted to figure out what exactly was going on. And we were going to start canvassing the area and knocking on doors, so the more detectives we had on scene, the better it was for us.
Detective, to clarify, when you first saw Alex and Chad Daybell, did you speak with Chad Daybell?
No, I personally did not.
So I believe you testified that you started walking back to the original.
Correct.
What happened then?
As I was approaching my car that was parked in the alleyway, I noticed the defendant Daybell driving towards me in a black Chevy Equinox. It appeared he had just left apartment 175 and was headed towards me in the alleyway. So at that point, I stopped him to have a conversation.
What did you ask him?
I asked the defendant Daybell, when's the last time you saw JJ Vallow? And he stated it was in October in apartment 107 with Lori Vallow.
Did you ask him anything else?
I did. I asked him how he knew Lori, and he stated he had only met her a couple of times, and that he didn't know her very well.
Did that response cause any concern for you?
It did.
Why?
Through our investigation, prior to me making any contact with the defendant Daybell or Alex Cox, we knew that Chad and Lori had been married 2 weeks prior to my conversation with them in the alley.
So is it fair to say you were troubled by his gentleman? What happened after that?
I asked Mr. Daybell, the defendant Daybell, if he had Lori Vallow's telephone number so I could get hold of her. And he stated he didn't have her phone number.
Did you have any further conversation?
I did. When I was speaking with the defendant Daybell, Detective Hope saw me talking with him and started to walk back to my location. As he approached, I again asked the defendant Daybell for Lori's number because I assumed he was lying to me based on what I knew. And at that time, he did give me Lori's phone number.
Did he tell you why he didn't give it to you in the first place?
He did. He stated that he felt I was accusing him of something.
And had you accused him of anything?
No, I simply asked him the whereabouts of JJ and asked him for his wife's telephone number.
Detective, during this interaction, were you wearing a body cam?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
In the detective division, most of our interviews are in a controlled environment. We call people into the police department. We have an interview room set up with cameras. So most of the time we're conducting our business and our interviews at the police department. It's very rare we're the first officers or detectives on scene. There is one body cam between 7 detectives. Unlike patrol, where a patrolman is assigned a body cam, a detective is not assigned a body.
What happened after you got that information from the defendant?
I called my lieutenant at the time and told him what was going on. I felt that based on the deception and lies from the defendant Daybell, who is JJ's stepfather, the lies and the deception from JJ's uncle, who is Alex Cox. I felt there was more going on with the whereabouts of JJ. And so at that time, I wanted to get everybody over there to see if we could figure out what was going on. So I asked my lieutenant to gather some detectives and respond to my location.
And then what happened?
A few minutes later, my lieutenant arrived with Detective Dave Stubbs, who had a body cam at that point. We began knocking on doors. We went back to 175, which is Lori Vallow's apartment, and started knocking on her door and didn't get any answer.
And I apologize if I missed it. Who was your lieutenant?
Ron Ball.
All right, so after you weren't able to get any answers, what did you do next?
Through our investigation, we learned that Lori Vallow's niece, Melanie Boudreau, it was Melanie Pulowski, Melanie Boudreau at the time, it's now Melanie Pulowski. She lived in apartment 174, which is right next door to Lori. So at that point, we knocked on her apartment as well to see if Lori or JJ was at that apartment.
Did anybody answer?
No, they didn't.
What did you do next?
I was instructed to go back to the police department, go to the prosecutor's office, to see if we can obtain a search warrant to search the residence for JJ Vallow, while the other detectives stayed on scene and started knocking on doors in that complex. At that point, our only focus was to find JJ and to figure out what was going on. So we were going to exhaust every means that we could to see if we could do that. And that's why I went to the prosecutor's office to see if I could obtain a search warrant.
And did you obtain a warrant that day?
No.
Why not?
On the way to the prosecutor's office, Detective Hope, with the number that the defendant Daybell provided, called that number. There was no answer, but he left a message. Once we got to the prosecutor's office, Lori Vallow called back, and she was instructed to open the door. There were detectives outside of her door that wanted to speak with her.
Okay. And are you aware of if any detectives were able to make contact with her that day?
Yes, they did.
Do you know who that was?
Detective Stubbs and Detective Ball.
And you had mentioned earlier that Detective Stubbs had a body cam on, correct?
Correct.
And do you know if their interaction with Lori Vallow was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Have you watched that video?
Yes, I have.
At that point in your investigation, what did you do?
After,
After Detectives Ball and Stubbs had spoken with Lori Vallow, what did you do? What did you do next?
we were informed that JJ was with a family friend.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. How about some foundation?
Let's sustain that.
Detective, did you speak with Detectives Ball and Stubbs about their interaction with Lori that day?
Yes,
Did you speak with them that day?
yes,
Did you watch the body cam of their interaction with Lori Vallow that day?
yes, I did.
So you're aware of what she said to them.
Correct.
Based on what she said to them, what did you do next in your investigation?
We attempted to locate the family friend to see if JJ was with her in Gilbert, Arizona.
And do you know who that family friend was?
Melanie Gibb,
Were you able to contact them?
I was not.
Did you have any interaction with Arizona law enforcement day about contacting Melanie Gibb?
I did. It was starting to get into the later hours of that evening. So I contacted Detective Pillar with Gilbert Police Department. And I had him go to Melanie Gibb's residence to see if JJ was there. Ultimately, we learned he was not there.
About what time did you learn that JJ was not with Melanie Gibb?
Roughly 9 o'clock at night.
And what did you do when you found out that he was not there?
I contacted Lieutenant Wall and let him know, and we agreed to meet at the prosecutor's office that next morning early to obtain search warrants for those apartments.
Okay, and just for clarity of the record, which apartments are you talking about?
Apartment 175, which belonged to Lori Vallow, 174, which belonged to Melanie Boudreau, and apartment 107, because that's the last time JJ was seen based on the defendant Daybell's statements.
Detective, were you able to obtain those warrants?
Yes, we were.
What did you do? Well, what day did you obtain those warrants?
November 27th, 2019, in the early morning hours.
And on that day, did you execute those warrants?
We did.
Let's talk about that. Where did you search first?
We searched apartment 175 first.
Was there a reason you searched there first?
That was his address that we were given from Gilbert Police Department, and that's where his mother lived.
What did you find in apartment 175?
So initially, when we broke down the door, everything looked ordinary. There were couches, there were papers on the table, there was food in the refrigerator, food in the pantry. We went upstairs, there were beds, pictures. Everything seemed that people lived there. The thing that caught our attention was there were no clothes on the hanger in any of the closets. Zero clothes. Just a bunch of empty hangers hanging there like somebody took the clothes off and left.
Did you locate JJ in that apartment?
No.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever to suggest that he had been living there?
Yes, we did. There were a couple things. We located a child's Star Wars suitcase underneath a little crawl space under the stairs. It was mixed in with some, what I can best describe as 72-hour kits, and the kits had like flashlights, flares, water. The suitcase was mixed in with those. We also found an old prescription bottle prescribed to JJ of Risperidone. And then we're miscellaneous photographs of JJ in the residence.
And did you see any other evidence of any minor children?
No. Crash. We did. When we first went inside, there were some scooters and a small child's, looked like a small child's bike right on the porch.
Okay. Did you seize anything from the home that day?
We did, I seized the Resperdome and the suitcase.
After you searched apartment 175, what did you do next?
We searched 174, which was Melanie Boudreaux's apartment. Everything appeared normal in there. There were no signs of JJ or anything that he was even there. But we also searched apartment 107, and that was completely vacant. There was nothing in apartment 107.
Did you seize anything from apartments 174 or 107?
We seized, in apartment 174, we seized some cash, large amounts of cash that were found in the closet. And the only reason we seized those were for safekeeping, because we had kicked the door in there as well, and it wasn't able to lock, so we took that.
Did you locate any weapons in any of those apartments?
So in apartment 175, when we were searching the garage area, we located several different style weapons, handguns, rifles, various calibers, army knives, a lot of different weapons that were inside the garage.
And why did you seize those?
Again, for safekeeping, that apartment didn't lock. And so we took those so it wouldn't be stolen.
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 174?
No,
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 107? No. Did you search any other building that day?
we did. In apartment 175, we located a storage unit rental agreement contract. And on that storage unit contract was the name Lori Ryan. It had listed her as the tenant, and it listed the storage unit number as T52, and it gave an address of self-storage on Airport Road in Rexburg. So with that information, we were able to obtain a search warrant for that storage unit as well.
And did you participate in the search of that storage unit?
Yes, I did.
What did you find there?
There were a few bikes, children's bikes. There were boxes of winter clothing, some ice skates. There wasn't a lot in the storage unit. There was a personalized, like a family blanket, a big blanket with family photos that were kind of sewn onto the blanket. Those photos had JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and their sibling Kobe Ryan. There were pictures of Lori Vallow. But other than that, there was nothing else really in the story.
When you performed these searches, were you looking for Tylee Ryan?
No,
So to your knowledge, she hadn't been reported missing.
that's correct.
Your Honor, if I could have a brief step by.
Yes. Mr. Wood, I understand this would be a good breaking point in this testimony for the lunch hours, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Before we do that, again, I will just advise the jurors, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else over the break. In addition, for those in the courtroom, we will be closing the courtroom, I believe, during the lunch break. So things you have in here will need to go with you. We'll reopen upon the conclusion of the lunch break, and we'll still be under the court's governing order for courtroom conduct on the return. So thank you everyone for complying with that. With that in mind, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess now.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Wood, before we proceed, is the statement be ready, reports and rejections, or anything to bring up?
Yes, if you could have a sidebar about the issue, the evidence issue is not right.
Okay. All right, we're on the record now. This is CR 22211623, State versus Chad Daybell. The jurors are not present at this time. At a sidebar with counsel. Previously, a few of the exhibits that were offered and admitted had some reference material on them, base numbers, etc., from the case that the court raised a concern, and I believe, Mr. Wood, what you've done is figured out a way to remove those references from the exhibits, and the court would know those references were not published to the jurors, and they won't be, so the court will permit those references to be removed from the exhibits before they are published or provided to the jurors. Is that how we're going to handle that, Mr. Wood?
Yes, that's my understanding, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Pryor, any objection from the defense to proceeding in that manner with those few exhibits?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure then that the original court exhibits to the jurors will have that information removed before the jurors are either published the information or receive copies of it. And with that, then I believe there are no other issues to take up before the jurors are brought in. Is the defense ready to proceed as well, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then we'll continue with testimony of this witness, and Mr. Wood, if you're ready, we'll have the jurors brought in this time.
Thank you.
rise.
The jury is present and counsel.
Thank you. Please be seated. We concluded the lunch break at this time. We're continuing with testimony of Detective Hermosillo and Mr. Wood. If you're ready, you can inquire. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, before we broke, we were speaking about the search of a residence. Can you remind us what residence that was?
But I believe it was apartment 175.
And whose residence was that?
Lori Vallow.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7A through 7K.
The witness is handed State's Exhibits 7A through K. They've been reviewed by defense. Must be reviewed to inquire.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 7A through K? Go ahead and take a minute and review them.
Yes, sir.
What do those exhibits purport to be?
They are photographs that were taken of Lori Vallow's residence in the morning of November 27th.
And were you present? You testified earlier you were present at the search of that apartment on that date, correct?
That's correct.
Did you walk through every room in that apartment?
Yes, I did.
Did you take these pictures?
No, I did not.
Do you recognize them as true and accurate representations of what you witnessed in that room that day?
Yes, I did.
Or, I'm sorry, in that apartment that day?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, the state, moving for admission, states exhibits 7A through 10.
Any objection from the defense?
One year in native objection.
Yes, and use your microphone, please, Mr. Clark.
May I, Judge?
Yes,
Officer, what time were these pictures taken?
I don't know the exact time, roughly between 10 and noon, I would guess.
Are you guessing or do you know?
I don't know exactly what time, sir.
Okay, who took the pictures?
I don't know who took the pictures, sir.
What day did they take the pictures?
I believe I testified November 27th, 2019.
Well, if you weren't there, how do you know if you don't know who took them or who?
Judge, any mistake in the testimony?
and I'll allow it. You can continue to work on it.
I never once said I wasn't there. I was there the entire time on
That's not what my question was. The question was, you weren't there when the pictures were taken, were you?
I wasn't there when they were taken. No.
You don't know the condition of the home when the pictures were taken, is that correct?
I was there when the pictures were taken, not standing next to the photographer.
So you were there when the pictures were taken,
That's correct.
but yet you don't even know who the photographer was who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't know a photographer who's taking pictures for a police investigation that you're in charge of?
I wasn't standing next to the photographer. I was inside the residence when the photos were being taken. At the same time they were being taken, I wasn't standing next to him.
Okay, but the question I asked is, why is it that you don't know the name of the photographer when this scene was closed off for an investigation pursuant to a search warrant, and you can't tell me who the name of the photographer was who took these pictures?
There were a lot of people that were part of that search warrant. I can't tell you exactly who took the photographs.
Well, that's what my concern is.
Prior, and we're getting speaking objections now. If there's a continuing objection, state the grounds.
Well, there were a number of people that were in and out of that apartment, is that right?
In and out of that apartment? No, sir. In that apartment, yes.
How many people were in the apartment at the same time?
Roughly 10.
And you would know all of the names of the people that were in the apartment, right?
Correct.
Yet you don't know the name of the photographer who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you, yes, sir.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Your Honor, I'm gonna lay some more foundation.
All right, you can lay additional foundation, and I'll also note it is a group of photographs, so if you have to work through them individually, we will. I'll note just an objection on 7A-K, and Mr. Wood, you can seek additional foundation related before I rule on the objection.
Detective, you testified you were present that day,
That's correct.
and you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of what you saw in that apartment.
That's correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the condition you found the apartment in?
Yes, sir.
And as you look through these pictures, is there anything in there that is different than the way you found it?
No.
Your Honor, the state moves again for the admission.
Objection again, Judge. There hasn't been proper foundation. The officer can't even tell me who took the pictures. He doesn't know what time the pictures were taken. And the condition he's talking about is the condition that he saw, not necessarily when the pictures, in the condition when the pictures were taken. So there hasn't been proper foundation here.
All right, I've considered the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection as it relates to photographs finding the officer has personal observation of the location. The one exception that I'll consider a standing objection on is on 7G, which is different, I would say, than just showing the apartment. Not saying it's not admitted, but still under advisement, pending any additional objection on foundation. So photographs with the exception of 7G are admitted, and you can inquire further, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could publish those to the jury.
Yes.
Detective, can you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 7A?
That's the front door of apartment 175, front porch area.
And is this the apartment that you searched while you were for JJ?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7B?
So as you walk into the front room of the apartment, that's looking towards the dining kitchen room area. There's a child's car suitcase sitting there. Like I testified earlier, it looked like it was lived in. There's still cups, things on the counter, paper towels, everything looked normal.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7C?
That's standing in the kitchen, facing the doorway, so the opposite direction of Glass Order. You can see the stairwell going upstairs. There's still pictures on the wall, TV, papers on the counter. Everything looked normal at that point as well.
Observe in State's Exhibit 7D.
So when I testified about the crawl space under the stairs and the 72-hour kits, those are a few of the 72-hour kits, along with the Star Wars suitcase that we had located.
When you, Your Honor, does the court have a pointer?
I don't know, what stuff the bailiff, no, we did not, so.
Can you point to what you're referring to, describe the 72-hour kit?
So these black
Hold on a
bags,
second, Mr. Wood, yeah, okay, go ahead.
these black bags with the 72-hour kits, there's some underneath here that you can't see. There's some here, and then that's the Star Wars suitcase that I was referring to earlier.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7E?
That's the top of the stairwell, looking down towards the bottom of the stairwell. This part right here goes into the front room, and then the front door is right here.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7F?
This is the master bedroom. So when you come up the stairwell, immediately to your left is this entrance here. Like I testified, there was bedding, pillows, everything looked normal in the room at that point. This is a bathroom as well.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7H?
7H is what caused some red flags for us when we were searching the apartment.
Why was that?
Because of all these empty hangars. People go on trips.
Judge, I'm gonna object as unresponsive. There isn't a question here, that's a narrative.
It's the same.
Detective, I asked you why the empty closet was concerning to you.
Because when we made contact with Lori Vallow the day before, she had lived in the apartment. She was in the apartment living. The very next morning, when we served the warrant, this is what we found, empty hangers.
And Detective, why would empty hangers be concerning to you?
Because it appeared to us that she grabbed her clothes, left everything else, and took off.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7I?
This was a bedroom. If you walk down the hall towards the west, this is the bedroom on the right-hand side. This is the bedroom we found Alex Cox, some of Alex Cox's belongings in. So this is the bedroom to the right.
And what belongings of his did you find there?
There was a plastic tub with some of his belongings in, some hygiene things that had his name on them, things like that.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7J?
This is the same bedroom. There's one of the plastic tubs that had some belongings of Alex. There's some prescription pills up here that had Alex's name on them. And then there was some white Tyvek suits that were in the closet area.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7K?
This is the room to the left. So the previous room was to the right. This is the room to the left. It had twin beds, bedding, everything looked normal in that room as well.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7G again for further foundation.
Very well.
Detective, you recognize State's Exhibit 7G.
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
A rental agreement with the tenant of Lori Ryan.
And you testified earlier about finding a rental agreement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this the rental agreement that you were speaking about?
Yes, it is.
And where was that located in the residence?
In the master bedroom on a desk in the corner.
And you saw it there?
That's correct.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the rental agreement you saw?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for admission of State's Exhibit 7G.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 7G is admitted as well.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, is this the rental agreement we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And you testified earlier about searching the storage unit, correct?
Correct.
Was this the rental agreement that led you to that storage unit?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8A through 8Q. Second, I'm gonna ask you to take a moment and review State's Exhibit 8A through 8M. Detective, what do State's Exhibits 8A through 8M purport to be?
Photographs that we had taken in number 175 in the garage.
And what day were these photographs taken?
November 27th, 2019.
And was this a part of the search that you testified to earlier?
Yes,
And you were present in the garage?
that's correct.
Were these items laid out in this manner when you got to the garage?
No,
Were they taken out to be photographed?
yes,
And did you observe that taking place?
I did.
Right. And other than moving those items to be photographed, are these pictures, are these items in the same condition that you observed them that day?
Yes, in the same condition, like I testified to, we manipulated some of them so we can get better photographs.
And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed in the garage of that apartment that day?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 8A through 8M.
Or dealing with.
I'm sorry. I should have said 8L.
Any objection as it relates to 8A through L?
Judge, why do you have any objection?
Very well.
Officer, as before, were you present when the pictures were taken?
yes,
What was the name of the person who took the pictures?
Detective Daybell.
Were you present at the exact time that the pictures were taken of all of these items?
Yes, I was.
Who else was present at the time that these pictures were taken?
I couldn't tell you who else was in the room.
Well, we were in a garage, weren't we?
Couldn't tell you who else was in the garage.
Were there so many people there that you don't know?
No, I
Your
just,
Honor, this doesn't go to foundation.
I'll allow one more for dire few issues prior to continuing.
So many people in the garage, you didn't know who was there?
no, I just can't recall their names at this.
They're not officers that work with you?
They are.
How big of a garage are we talking about?
I couldn't testify to that.
2-car garage, 1-car garage?
As far as I think we're getting across here, is this a foundation objection still?
Judge, I'm trying to establish. Judge, I'll move on. Save it.
All right, the court's considered foundation objection as it relates to exhibits A through L. I'll overrule the objection and those may be admitted.
Thank you, Matt Publish.
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So when I testified earlier about various magazines, weapons, there were knives, this is where we found those items. And
I
this,
just want to stop you real quick to clarify, when you say magazines, what type of magazine are you referring to?
magazines that go in rifles.
And you testified that you knew these items to take pictures of.
Correct.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So here's some of the various magazines that we took out of some of the tubs. There's some ammunition. There's a few suppressors that screw on to the end of a gun to muffle the sound. There's a ghillie suit. Different items in this photo that I put in this box.
Could you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 8B?
So these were items that were located in black plastic bags, which are right here that I'm pointing to. So we simply took those items out of these plastic bags and laid them out so we could get photographs of them.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8C?
These are various caliber ammunition in plastic bags that were located in plastic tubs in the garage.
When you say ammunition, those are for bullets, correct?
Correct.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8D?
This was one of the rifles that we had located in the garage in apartment 175. It's got duct tape here. What you can't see up top is
Judge, unresponsive.
I'm gonna move the picture so you can see the top. What did you observe at the top of State's Exhibit 8D?
like I was testifying to, at the top of this rifle, it's threaded for a suppressor to muffle the sound of a gunshot.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8E?
This rifle here is the exact same rifle from the previous picture. There's also another rifle that was in a bag, and that's this one here. This photograph was taken at the police department once we got the items back.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8F?
This is the rifle in the previous picture that was back here. It's just a close-up of that rifle.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8G?
Those are what I call the suppressors. From earlier that there was a photograph of these two men on the garage floor. This is just a close-up of both of those suppressors.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8H?
These are knives that were found amongst the ammunition in the rifles and the tubs.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8I?
This is just a handgun that was also located that was still in the case inside the garage.
Did you observe the state exhibit 8J?
This is a Halloween mask, or what we think is a Halloween mask, that was located in a plastic bag in the garage along with duct tape and rope.
You described the jury what you observed in state's exhibit 8K.
Once we remove the Halloween mask, this is the duct tape and the rope I was referring to in a Walmart bag.
Fine, what did you observe in state's exhibit 8L?
That is a passport that's located in belongings in that garage belonging to Alex Cox.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed state's exhibit 8M through 8Q.
Very well.
We briefly review state's exhibit 810 through 8Q.
Okay.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to do?
These are items also located in the garage 175. What we go through each.
Not yet. Did you observe these items with your own eyes?
Yes, I did.
And you saw these on November 27th during your search of apartment 175?
Correct.
I believe you testified they were also in the garage.
That's correct.
Are these true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of state's exhibit 8M through 8Q.
Any objection? Yes, to under your native objection, Judge.
Go ahead.
Officer, you previously testified that I don't want to put words in your mouth, that you staged certain items. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
And some of the items that you staged, and when I mean staged, you remove those from packages or boxes, and you laid them out to take pictures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take pictures of all the items in the garage, or are these just selected pictures that you have decided to show today?
We took photographs of the items in the garage, anything that we thought was evidentiary value, we took photographs of.
Okay, so the question is, the answer is then that you did not take pictures of everything that was in the garage. Is that fair?
No objection, Your Honor. This is cross, doesn't build a foundation of these items.
I do sustain that. We need to be on the narrow issue of foundation for admission or not, and we need to be allowed to cross later, of course, it's provided, you know, no
So-
questions on
So the
foundation.
question is that When I hear previously that you took items out of a package and you took pictures of select items, did you take all of these items out of some sort of packaging and take select pictures of these as well?
Yes, we took these out of tubs that were in the garage and took photos.
So when you were there and present going through the garage, and we don't know how big this garage is because you don't know. You couldn't see these in plain sight when you went through them, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know what was in the garage and what wasn't. These were staged by someone else who took pictures, is that correct?
We took these out of tubs and took photographs of them.
Who took them out of the tubs?
I couldn't tell you what officer took them out of the tubs.
When did they take them out of the tubs?
Are you asking for a time, sir?
I'm asking for a time, yeah.
Roughly 10 to 12, I would say.
In the afternoon, in the morning, when?
10 o'clock in the morning till 12 noon.
And you were present when they were taking these out of the tubs?
That's correct.
And who took these pictures of us?
Detective Hope.
Judge, I have nothing else, thank you.
All right, I'll rule an objection on foundation relating to exhibits 8M through Q, and those will be made.
Thank you. Mayor, I have a question.
You know,
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8M?
That is what appears to be an email printed item that was located in the garage of 175. There's some handwritten scribbles on it, some names, numbers associated with those names.
And at the time that you found those documents, did you understand what that meant?
No,
Were you able to determine, you said it was an email, who the sender of the email was?
yes,
Who was it?
Chad Daybell.
Were you able to determine who the recipient of the email was?
I don't recall the recipient, just
No.
who sent it.
Oh, I apologize, I didn't get that down.
I just remember who sent the email.
And were you able to tell what date it was sent?
I believe it was October of 2018.
Was there a specific date?
I would have to look at it a little closer. It's in the upper left-hand corner.
Second, I'm going to have look at State's Exhibit 8M, if you can describe what you observed there for the jury.
It's the same photograph from the last slide.
And State's Exhibit 8O. Or is you, oh, sorry.
That's also more of the same email papers from the last slide.
Detective, if I were to have State's Exhibit 8M attached, would you be able to tell the date of the email?
Yes.
What is the date on that email?
October 30th, 2018.
And then Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8P?
Those were also in the tub books written by Chad Daybell.
And then lastly, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8Q?
That was a cell phone that was also found in the tub in the garage.
Were you able to look and get that cell phone at any time?
As far as forensically,
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to tell you unless I looked at the report.
Detective, we've been talking about this search on November 27th, correct?
Correct.
And at any time that day, did you locate JJ Vallow?
No.
What was the next step in your investigation to find JJ?
Our next step was to talk to anybody that would take our phone calls. JJ was,
Judge, I'm going to object. This is again becoming a narrative.
Your Honor, you're still just answering the basic question.
Overruled without objection.
JJ was who we were looking for. And so we were exhausting every effort to find JJ. So we would call his siblings, family members, any family friends, anybody that might know the whereabouts of JJ.
So who were some of those family members that you spoke with?
We ended up speaking with Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Boudreaux, JJ's brother, Colby Ryan. Gilbert Police ended up speaking with family members down there. That's who we spoke.
At any time during your investigation, did the scope of the search change into who you were looking for?
It did.
Why was that?
After we spoke with Colby Ryan, who is JJ's brother, he mentioned that he
Judge,
had,
I'm going to object. This is hearsay.
Sustained. Detective, at any time did the scope of your search change to include the search for Ty Ryan?
it did.
And so let's go back to your search very briefly on November 27th. Did you see Ty Ryan at that apartment at any time?
No,
And during your intermittent surveillance you talked about in early November, had you seen Ty Ryan?
no,
Did you ever meet Ty Ryan?
no,
Did you become familiar with who she was through your investigation?
yes, we did.
How did you do that?
After speaking with Colby, our search encompassed JJ and Tyler.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 5. I believe this comes in by stipulation.
It does. Judge, we've stipulated the admission of this exhibit. The counsel would be so kind as to repeat the exhibit number for me, please.
5.
All right, exhibit 5 has been offered and admitted. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a birth certificate issues out of the state of Texas.
Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
No objection.
Go ahead.
Detective, were you able to read that on the screen?
Yes,
You could point out with your pointer the name of the individual or who that birth certificate applies.
the name is Tylee Ashley Ryan.
And what was the date of her birth?
September 24th, 2002,
And where was she?
Travis County, Texas.
And just for purposes of the record, can you state who her father was?
Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr.,
And who was her mother?
Lori Noreen Cox.
Through your investigation, have you learned of Lori Vallow's maiden name?
Yes.
What was it? Cox. Okay. So Detective, you testified that at this point you were approximately when did the scope of your search widen to include Tylee Ryan?
It was after we spoke with Colby on December 11th, 2019. We entered JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan into what we call NCMEC, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So on December 11th, 2019, we entered both of those children as missing and endangered.
How does NCMEC work?
It's a center where
I'm going to object at this point on foundation.
Mr. Wood, if there's any additional foundation or anything that hasn't been worked out.
Can you restate again what the acronym NCMEC stands for?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And is that associated with a government entity?
It is.
Do you know which entity?
I don't.
Have you ever used NCMEC before in your job as a detective?
Yes.
How have you used it before?
When we have missing children, we enter and call NCMEC, enter the information, it goes into a database.
Mr. Wood, for the record, could you indicate what that acronym is?
Yes, Your Honor, it's NCMEC.
Thank you.
If you'd like, the detective, can you just state what that stands for again?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Did you include any other law enforcement agencies in this search?
We did. After November 27th, we reached out for assistance from the FBI. We reached out through Fremont County. So we were in contact with Gilbert Police, Chandler Police, anywhere down there where JJ or Tylee lived or could possibly be at.
And did you ever try to contact Lori Daybell in regards to the whereabouts for children?
Absolutely.
How did you do that?
We tried contacting Lori by her cell phone. We also attempted to contact.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. Were you able to talk to her?
No, her cell phone was shut off.
Did you ever attempt to contact Chad Daybell in regards to the location of the children?
Yes, we did.
How did you do that?
We attempted to contact him through his cell phone.
And were you able to get in touch with him?
No, it was also shut off.
And at any time, did Lori Vallow ever call the Rexburg police to report missing children?
Judge, objection. Foundation.
Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, it's just a basic question. I think it's in line with the question we've been going through. I don't know what additional foundation I can give for that.
Upon foundation is overruled. Witness can answer.
Did you ask that again, please?
Did Lori Vallow ever contact the Rexburg police, to your knowledge, regarding missing children?
No, she didn't.
Did Chad Daybell ever contact the Rexburg police regarding missing children?
And I'll renew my objection, Judge. Knowledge, foundation.
It's overruled.
No, he didn't.
Detective, when you place the children in the NCMEC database. You receive tips from that.
Yes, we set up tip hotlines through NCMEC, also through the FBI and through the Rexburg Police Department. So anybody with any information on those two missing children would call any one of those numbers and provide us with any information.
And did you ever receive tips through NCMEC regarding J.J. Vallow, Tyler Ryan?
Yes, we did.
What would you do when you received those tips?
When we would receive the tips, we would assign it a tip number. And those tips were followed up on by detectives or other officers. So as soon as those tips came in, they were given a number and assigned to an officer or detective to follow.
And would those tips, when they come in, do they have a phone number associated with them?
A lot of times they did have a phone number. A lot of them were anonymous. They didn't want to get involved. So some of them had phone numbers where we could follow up, others didn't.
And if someone submits an anonymous tip through NCMEC, is there anything you can do to follow up on that?
It depends on the information they gave us, but we would follow up with any information that they had put on the tip.
And when a tip comes in with a phone number, would you call those individuals back?
Yes.
Did you ever alert the public that the children were missing?
We did. We held a press conference on November 20th, 2019, and alerted the public that we had 2 missing children in our area.
And after that press release came out, did you receive tips after that?
Yes, we did.
And did you follow up on those tips as well?
Yes, we did.
Did any of those tips ever lead you to finding J.J. Vallow?
No,
Did any of those tips lead you to finding Tyler Ryan?
no.
Detective, regarding Tyler Ryan and J.J. Vallow, are you aware if a child protection action was filed in Madison County regarding them?
Yes, it was.
Were you involved with that?
I was the one who wrote the affidavit.
And what was the purpose of that action?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the officer's response is. I was the one who
Wrote the affidavit.
thank you.
You want to ask your questions?
I will, I just letting the witness read the water.
Yes.
Detective, what was the purpose of that affidavit?
To get Lori to produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health.
And are you aware if there was an order issued in that child protection action?
There was.
What did it order?
It ordered Lori Vallow to produce her children within 5 days of being served at court order.
Detective, were you ever able to locate Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
Yes, we were.
How did you do that?
A few different ways. Some of the tips that came in gave us location in Kauai, also through cell phone data.
Judge, can I have some foundation as to the time, date, location?
Are there foundational objection, Mr. Wood?
I'll just ask some more questions, Your Honor.
Very well.
Approximately when did you learn about the location of Chad and Lori?
Beginning of January of 2020.
And you stated earlier, but what kind of tips gave you that? What kind of tips gave you that information?
Eyewitnesses that would call in that said they saw Lori and Chad on the island of Kauai,
And where is Kauai?
in Hawaii.
Did you ever write warrants to aid or apply for warrants to aid you in finding Chad and Lori?
Yes.
What kind of warrants were those?
We wrote warrants for cell phone data, geofence location, a few different warrants through cell phone companies to assist us in finding Chad and Lori or their location.
And did any of the data you received from those help you locate them?
Yes, it did.
Jacob, did you ever go to Kauai as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when did you get there?
I got to Kauai January 24th, 2020.
And once you got there, what was the purpose of going there?
We went there to aid and assist the Kauai Police Department in serving that court order to produce J.J. Tiley to the Rexburg Police Department.
And did you see Chad and Lori Daybell in Kauai?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned assisting the Kauai Police Department in serving that order. Are you aware if Lori Vallow was served with that order?
Yeah, she was on January 25th, 2019, correction, 2020.
While you were in Kauai, did you do anything else?
We observed the Kauai Police Department serve 2 search warrants. One on Chad and Lori's condo and the other on the rental vehicle.
Did you perform those searches as well, or just observe the Kauai Police Department do it?
No, we just observed and we let them serve.
Do you recall where their condominium was located in Kauai?
I don't recall the physical address, but it was Princeville.
And is that a town or city in Kauai?
Yes.
When you observed the search of the residents they were living in Princeville, after the Kauai Police Department did their search, were you able to walk through that residence?
Yes, I was.
Right. What did you observe at that residence?
Everything looked normal. It appeared 2 adults were living there. There were beach towels, 2 beach towels. Everything was in pairs. Food in the fridge, couches. Everything seemed ordinary.
Did you see J.J. Vallow there?
No,
Did you see Ty Ryan there?
no,
Did you see anything that would have indicated to you that a child was living there?
no, I didn't.
Did you observe anything that would have indicated to you that a teenager was living there?
No.
Detective, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health and Welfare?
No, she didn't.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 6. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It's a photograph of Kylie Ryan.
Did you have, as part of your search, did you look at Tyler Ryan's social media?
Yes, we did.
To your knowledge, was this image obtained from her social media?
It was taken from her Instagram account.
And so as part of your search, did you personally observe her Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally observe this image on Instagram?
Yes, I did.
Is this a true and accurate representation of what you observed on her Instagram?
Yes,
And also, as part of your investigation, did you see other pictures of Tylee Ryan?
yes, I did.
And is this individual, is that a true and accurate representation of Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for state's exhibit 6 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 6 has been offered and admitted without objection, so it's in the record and will be published if you wish, Mr. Board.
Thank you. Detective, is this the exhibit we were just speaking of?
yes, it is.
What was the username on the account that you found that picture in?
Tylee A. Ryan.
And this individual is the Tylee Ryan that you came to recognize through your search.
That's correct.
Detective, I want to ask you about the phrase proof of life. Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am.
As a detective, what does that mean to you?
Proof of life is any documentation, any video, photograph, anything that we can use to show the last time somebody was saw alive or seen alive.
Pursuant to your investigation, did you find a last known proof of life for Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
How did you locate that?
That was taken from Lori Vallow's iCloud account.
And what, do you know which iCloud account it was taken from?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And what was the form of that proof of life?
It was a photograph of Tylee taken at West Yellowstone.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the state, or the witness behind the state's exhibit 29A, 29B, and 13, and I believe these come in by way of stipulation.
All right, take a look defense me as well.
Judge, that's correct, by way of stipulation.
All right, I'll just review those briefly and then. Have a quick sidebar with counsel.
Sure.
be submitted to the witness. And I will note that exhibits 29A and B and exhibit 13 are all admitted without objection. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 13? What does that report to?
That is the photograph taken from Lori Styles' iCloud. They testified to earlier with Tyler and West Dallas.
If I may publish?
Yes.
You can just identify the individuals in that photograph, Detective.
Sure. The little boy is J.J. Vallow. The Tyler Ryan's in the middle, and their uncle Alex Cox is on the right.
And as part of this exhibit, did it contain metadata?
Yes, it did.
And did the metadata in this instance, well, can you describe to the jury what metadata is?
Sure. Metadata is like a time and date. It has a time and date stamp with the photograph that's taken. So it's just data associated with the photograph.
And this photo was accompanied by metadata?
That's correct.
And what date was this photograph taken?
September 8th, 2019 at 2:49 p.m.
And you testified earlier that this was in Yellowstone?
Yes,
How do you know that that's Yellowstone?
I've been there.
So you personally recognize that location?
Correct.
Detective, revisiting this idea of proof of life. Throughout your investigation, were you ever able to find photographs dated later than that of Tylee Ryan living?
No.
And can you describe just quickly where you found that photograph?
From the iCloud account associated with Lori Vallow.
And I believe you already said it, but just for purposes of the record, what was the name of that iCloud?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And how do you know that that account was associated with Lori Vallow?
The information attached to it and also the photographs that were attached.
And when you say photographs, what type of photographs led you to believe that that was attached to Lori Vallow?
Family photographs, Lori Vallow's photographs with her in the photos.
Detective, pursuant to your investigation, are you aware of a last known proof of life for J.J. Bell?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask this. The witness be handed State's Exhibit 14, which I believe also comes in by way of stipulation.
Confirm on the record then, Mr. Wood, that it's been stipulated to and more than if it is. Is there an objection to the 14 minute?
No, Judge, it was entered by stipulation of parties.
14 is admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
That is a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch in what appears to be the front room of apartment 175.
And where did you locate this picture?
That was also on Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
And you mentioned You believe you recognize the location. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, it appears to be the front room, same type of couch that was found in Lori Vallow's apartment, apartment 175.
And did this picture have, well, may I publish it for the jury on? Can you just describe to the jury what you observed in state's exhibit 14?
That's J.J. Vallow sitting on the couch in red pajamas.
And did this picture, was this picture accompanied by metadata?
It was,
Is this the metadata that accompanied that picture?
yes.
Can you, what was the date of that picture?
September 22nd, 2019,
Did you know what time of day it was taken?
11:46 a.m.
And just to clarify, what iCloud account was that picture taken from?
Also, Lori for style, I thought.
So Detective, you testified earlier that, well, you testified earlier that an order was served on Lori Vallow to produce her children.
Correct.
And I believe you already testified that she did not produce her children.
Correct.
What was the next step in your investigation after that?
Our next step in that investigation was to reach out to anybody that would possibly know where JJ was.
Who would you reach out to?
We reached out to family, the FBI, other agencies, anybody that would take our calls, tips that were coming in.
Detective, while you were doing this investigation, were you aware of any investigation in Fremont County regarding Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And what did you know? Were you a part of that investigation?
I was a part of it, but my focus was mainly JJ and Tyler.
And what was the investigation in Fremont County regarding?
A suspicious death involving the defendant Daybell's wife.
And as part of your investigation, did you know when she had died?
Yes,
When was that?
October 19th of 2019.
You testified that your primary focus was locating Tylee and JJ, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
to make every effort to be concluding trial each day at 3:30, including today. We are going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. And just for your reference as well, in case I forget to mention, we'll be going through evidence and testimony again tomorrow, scheduled 8:30 to 3:30. And then with some scheduling issues, we are going to not be holding court on Friday. And so we'll be back on Monday. I just want to make you aware of that schedule as well. So we'll go until 3:30 today, but at this time, we will take our break. So if we can try to keep the break to 20 minutes, I appreciate it. And with that, I'll apologize for the jury. Thank you. Please be seated. We've got the jurors returned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Council, while we're waiting for the jurors, we will take up on the record at the conclusion of today, after the jurors have been dismissed, the issue of further stipulated exhibits, and I'll bring that up before we conclude for the day.
All rise.
All juries present and accounted for.
Very well. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record after our mid-afternoon break. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue the examination of the witness, and I'll remind the witness, of course, you're still under oath. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And I need to just take up a couple of issues for clarification of the record. Detective, you spoke earlier about searching Lori Vallow's residence.
Correct.
And yeah, you stated the address. What city was that address located in?
Rexford.
And what state is Rexford in?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you ever help execute a search warrant on on Chad Daybell's residence?
I did. I executed a couple of warrants.
Okay. When was the first one?
January 3rd of 2020.
And Chad Daybell's residence, what county is that located?
Madison County.
What's his address?
202 North, 1900 East.
And is that, and what city is it listed as?
It's listed as Rexford. It's actually in Fremont County, but it's listed correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, did you just misspeak when you said it was in
I did. I'm going to say it correctly.
Okay, and it's what county?
Fremont County.
All right, thank you. And you testified that you did a search there on January 3rd.
Correct.
Was that search in aid of another investigative agency?
It was
Which agency was that?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And do you recall what the purpose of that search was for?
I don't recall what the probable cause or the reason for the search was at that time.
So you didn't write the affidavit?
So,
Did you have any other occasion where you served a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
yes, June 9th, 2020.
When you served that warrant on June 9th, 2020, what time did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly about 7 in the morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 10A. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 10A?
Yes, I am.
What does it purport to be?
It's a aerial image taken from Google Earth of the defendant Daybell's property.
So, do you know who prepared that image?
I did.
Right. But you didn't take the picture
No.
because it's a satellite photo, correct?
Correct.
Have you been, I believe you testified you have been to Chad Daybell's residence.
Yes.
Have you walked around the grounds of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
And have you been inside his home?
I have.
Are you familiar with the landmarks of that residence in the yard?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with, you're familiar with the general layout of the yard and what's located in it?
That's correct.
And is this image an accurate representation of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state moves to admit Exhibit 10A.
Any objection?
Objection, 1 year and 8 objection.
Right.
Now, sir, approximately how much property are we talking about?
I couldn't tell you the amount of property.
And the prosecuting attorney mentioned the yard. Now, I believe the yard usually means where there's grass. So you're familiar with what's on the grass, is that right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, and I'll represent to you that there's about 4.5 acres out there. Does that sound close to me?
Okay.
Okay. And I'll represent to you that there's an area that's known as the yard, that's a lawn area, that you would mow with a lawnmower. Are you following me?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is testimonial.
Yeah, Judge, he says that he's familiar with the yard.
Well, I understand. I think we're going into cross-examination now, which will be permitted. The question is on an issue of foundation or other objection, whether or not the exhibit gets admitted. So, Mr. Pryor, what would be the foundational objection?
He hasn't testified, Judge, that he's familiar with pasture, 3.5, 4 acres of property that go beyond the yard.
All right, response, Mr. Wood?
I think the question was adequate.
All right, based on foundation and with the testimony of the witness about his knowledge of this property, court will overrule the foundation objection, allow the exhibit 10A to be admitted, and you can go into those issues by cross, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll publish that shortly. Detective, so you testified that you executed a search warrant on June 9th, 2020.
Correct.
What time of the day did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly 7 in the morning.
And was it only the Rexburg police or were there other agencies involved?
At that time, there was Fremont County and Rexburg City Police that went to his house at 7.
And did any other agencies help you that day on that search?
They did.
Who were they?
The FBI ERT team, which is the evidence recovery team, the Attorney General's office, Fremont County. I believe that's it,
Okay. And you testified you got there about 7 o'clock.
yes.
When you first arrived, who was with you?
So I do apologize. Could I have a quick sidebar with council? I'd like to discuss this exhibit briefly. All right, Mr. Wood, apologies for the court's interruption, discussing that last exhibit. You can continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Your Honor, could I have the court reporter read back the last question I asked?
It's kind of a half question. When you first arrived, who was, the question before that was, and you testified you got there about 7 o'clock, answer yes.
That's right, thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Detective, when you arrived around 7 o'clock, who was with you at that time?
There was myself, Lieutenant Lomball at the time, Detective Kai Kamani, and Detective Bruce Mattingly, and also Detective Dave Stubbs.
All right, so can you go back through those individuals and say where they, who they were employed by real quick?
Lieutenant Lomball with Rexburg Police, Detective Stubbs is also with Rexburg Police. Detective Kai Kamani and Mattingly are both with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And just for clarity of the record, is Detective Ball still with the Rexburg Police?
No.
Okay, and what organization is he with now?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
And Detective Kai Kamani, was he still with Fremont County?
No, he's also with Madison County Sheriff's Office.
All right, that's just clarity, thank you. So when you got there, what did you do?
Initially, we knocked on the front door. We made contact with Mark Daybell, who's the defendant Daybell's son. He answered the door. He was eating a bowl of cereal. It was early in the morning. We informed Mark of why we were there and that we needed to speak with his dad. He stated his dad was still asleep, and we showed him a copy of the warrant, and he proceeded to let us in and show us where his father was.
And did you make contact with Mr. Daybell that morning?
We did. He showed us that he was sleeping in bedroom above a loft, above the garage. So we walked up the stairs, just a few of us. Detective Kai Kamani and Mattingly stayed back. We informed Chad that we were there and needed to speak with him. He was still asleep. He asked if he could get some clothes on. We allowed him to do that and he came downstairs with us.
And did you provide a copy of the warrant to Mr. Daybell?
We did.
And what happened next?
Mr. Daybell asked to speak with his attorney. We were standing in the kitchen area. He had a seat in the kitchen. And his attorney at the time was Mark Means. So we allowed him to speak with his attorney. At that time, Mr. Means wanted to speak with one of the investigators.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor, we'll stop there. Very well. After Mr. Daybell spoke with his attorney, what was the next step in your portion of the investigation?
I allowed Mr. Daybell to sit in the front room. He sat on his recliner closest to the door. His children sat on the couch in the same room. I gave Mr. Daybell a copy of the warrant, and he read through the search warrant while sitting in his recliner. He asked if he needed to leave the residence while we conducted business. We informed Mr. Daybell he didn't need to leave the residence, but if he chose to stay, he would be accompanied by an officer just for safety purposes.
After you had that conversation, what did you do?
Mr. Daybell asked if he could make a phone call, and at that point he was allowed to go outside and make a phone call.
And where did you go?
I went outside with him.
And what did you do after that?
Mr. Daybell wanted to sit in the vehicle that was parked backed in on the west side of the house. There's a west driveway. So I allowed him to sit inside the vehicle, windows rolled up, and make a phone call. I stood in the grass area close to the vehicle.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 10A.
You may.
Detective, do you have that pointer?
Yes, I do.
Can you point out the, where the front door of Mr. Daybell's residence is? In that image, or where it would locate?
There's two doors. I don't know which one Mr. Daybell used as a front door. I can tell you there's a door right here and a door on the backside. So Mr. Daybell was roughly, that's not the vehicle he was in, but it's roughly parked in the same area. And I was standing here in the grassy area.
Earlier, there was some talk about the yard or the grassy area. Can you just outline for the jury where, I'm gonna call it the grass area of the yard is located on that image?
The grass area is right through here.
And is that a driveway behind the house as well?
Yes, there's a driveway here.
And to the just east of that, what is that? Is that grass as well?
There was grass here. There's like a little shop area. There's a shed here. And then this is, I guess you would call it pasture area.
Did you observe any livestock there?
No.
Detective, you testified, if you can show again where Mr. Daybell was and where you were in relation to him when he went outside to make a phone call.
So Mr. Daybell was sitting in a vehicle fairly close to this location. He was sitting in the driver's seat. He was backed in. I was standing here just observing Mr. Daybell make the phone call.
And did you observe his behavior while he was making that phone call?
I did.
What was the nature of the behavior? What was he doing?
Initially, he was just on the phone, and I was watching him. But as the call progressed, he had the phone in his right hand and was intently looking over his right shoulder. And so I found it odd. I wanted to see what he was looking at. So I maneuvered myself to see what he was so intently looking at.
And when you did that, did you attempt to orient yourself so that you would be looking in the same direction you perceived him looking at?
That's correct.
What did you see when you did that?
So with the vehicle backed up here, he was looking over his right shoulder in this direction. I stood over here, kind of in front towards the roadway to see exactly what he was looking at. And when I looked that way, I saw this area, this pond area.
Now, let's look at that pond real quick. If you can just kind of run the pointer around it so the jury's sure where it is.
Right here.
And
There's a tree right here,
thank you.
and then a pond.
And when, at the time, you noticed Mr. Daybell looking over there, was there any activity going on over there?
There was. So like I testified, we got there about 7 o'clock. When we made contact with Mr. Daybell and the scene was secure, we radioed for the other units that were staged about 1.5 miles down the road that they can come start marking things off in the search warrant. So as time passed, Mr. Daybell was reading the warrant on his recliner. While he was doing that, there were ERT members and other officers that started marking off different sections in the backyard that we wanted to search.
Now, Detective, just for clarity of the record and for the jury, I believe you defined ERT earlier, but can you tell the jury again what ERT is?
Evidence recovery team
And who are they associated with?
with the FBI.
Now, Detective, were you the lead of executing the search warrant that day?
I wasn't in charge of the search warrant.
So, kind of just for clarity again, what did you see when you looked in the direction you thought Mr. Daybell was going to happen? Or I guess, what activity did you see?
There were some ERT members marking off a section under this tree right next to on the east side of the pond area, so right in this general location.
Approximately, what time were you doing that?
I'd say roughly, probably 9 of them that one.
Who was the team leader of the ERT team?
His name is Steve Daniels.
And how long did you sit in the fire pit?
I would say probably 35, 45 minutes.
And so when you sifted, what kind of tool did you use to do that?
It was a wooden sifter. We would scoop shovels full and put it in the sifter, and wooden handles you would just shake back and forth. And any larger debris would stay on the top of the wire screen.
And did you find anything of interest while you were sifting through the fire pit area?
Not at that time, no.
Did you move to another area of the search?
I did.
When approximately did you do that?
You asked for a time?
Approximately, yes.
Probably 10-ish maybe.
And why did you move?
There were ERT members and some other members of law enforcement that had marked off a place under this tree next to the pond. They had called and wanted some other people over there to help with that area, so I left the fire pit area and responded to this section right here next to the tree and concrete.
And what did you observe when you got over there?
I observed ERT marking off, they had already marked off probably a 6x6 section. The best way I can describe it is there was taller shrubs. In the middle of the 6x6 section, it looked like there was just a little bit of grass, probably the length of sod, and some dirt protruding through the grass, but there were no taller shrubs like on the outside of the section.
What happened next?
the ERT team began excavating that site. They removed a top layer of soil, took off the shrub and the top level of dirt.
And what did you see under that?
At that point, you could see what appeared to be 3 large white rocks. And as soon as they did that, we could start to smell the odor that, through my training experience as a decomposing body.
Let's talk about that. Have you, on other occasions through your work, smelled the decomposing body?
Unfortunately, yes, I have.
And is there a distinctive smell to you that you associate with that?
There is.
And it's your testimony that as that first layer of brown was lifted off, you began to smell that.
That's correct.
What did you observe next?
After they slowly and methodically dug around the white rocks, they were removed. ERT took pictures and measurements. They continued to dig down. Right below the layer of rocks were 2 pieces of thin wood paneling. Just right below the rocks.
Were you still able to smell that smell you had described?
Yes, as they dug down, it got stronger.
Were those boards removed?
They were.
What did you observe after that?
So after the boards were removed, you could see the discoloration of dirt. So you had dry dirt, and then underneath the boards was like a wet, moist type dirt. So it was pretty obvious there, the distinction between the soil.
Then what happened?
They continued to brush away the wet soil, and at that point, you could start to see a black round object start to protrude through the dirt.
And describe that object. About what size was it?
Initially, it just looked like a littler black round object. They dug down further carefully, and it appeared to take shape of the crown of a human head.
What did you do after that, or what did you observe once that was uncovered?
So once the black round object was uncovered, at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, got a small, sharp instrument and made a slit in the black plastic. He kind of opened that up just a little bit, not to damage or manipulate any of the evidence. But underneath the black plastic was another white layer of plastic. So he used that same instrument and cut a slit down the white plastic and kind of opened it up. And at that point, it looked to be brown human hair.
After that was discovered, what happened next?
As soon as that was discovered, we received information on the radio that the defendant Daybell was leaving his daughter's residence, which was catty corner to his residence, at a high rate of speed. And at that point, Mr. Daybell was pulled over and subsequently placed in custody.
Did you go back to the site where what appeared to be a human head was located?
I did. When I got back to what we ended up calling burial site, they continued to excavate around that black plastic. And after they excavated and took the dirt off the plastic, it revealed what appeared to be a small body wrapped in black plastic with duct tape around it.
Thank you. Your Honor, I know the time.
Yes.
So David, let's stop for the day.
All right, we are going to try to adhere to this court schedule, so it is 3:30. This time then, I am going to complete trial for the day. I've got one additional issue I'll take up outside the presence of the jurors. However, the jurors will be excused here momentarily. As you're leaving for the evening, then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I will try to remember to tell you each and every day, or when we leave breaks, longer breaks, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate this case. If you see any media coverage of the case, please try to avoid that so you can remain impartial. And with that in mind, that will conclude our first day of evidence. So we'll allow the jurors to be excused at this time.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Detective, if you want to go ahead and step down off the stand, we're going to just argue with motion. Council, this isn't necessarily a motion, it's just what I want to get on the record in terms of stipulated evidence the parties have agreed to. I'll note that back on February 27th, the court received a pleading stipulation on introduction of specific evidence. The list contains 74 separate items the parties have determined will be admitted at trial by stipulation. And let me just first begin there and inquire from the state, is this still an accurate representation of evidence that's going to be proffered and admitted by stipulation to your understanding?
To the state's understanding, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Pryor, you did review that before it was filed. You signed as well. Is it still your understanding that those listed items on the pleading are not going to be objected to if offered by the defense?
And by the state judge, that's correct, yes.
Very well. All right, so counsel, I am going to then indicate on the record that those particular items of evidence are to be admitted by stipulation. The one thing in keeping our record straight is that those are listed out in a 1 through 74 listing, but those do not correspond with the evidence markings in the case. In other words, those are not the exhibit numbers or letters that will be admitted in trial. So I'll keep the list running, but each one of those, of course, needs to be independently marked and admitted with independent trial stickers so the exhibits are kept straight in the record. And our clerk will assist with that as they come in, but I assume all of those are going to be pre-marked and admitted. And if you wish to reference them on the pleading throughout the trial, you can do that, but we need to make clear that all those exhibits are not. In other words, the pleading does not correspond to the actual exhibit numbers on the trial. Is that the state's understanding?
Yes, Your Honor. And maybe if I may ask for some clarification from the court.
Yes.
We do have in here, one of the stipulations covers essentially documents that are in relation. If we have a business record affidavit or a custodian of record affidavit, then we would stipulate that the documents covered or the exhibits covered would be admitted. Does the court want us to introduce those business record affidavits or custodian of record affidavits as their own exhibit?
I'll let defense weigh in, but I think that makes the most sense to me. Separate affidavits should be admitted as separate exhibits, so those can be tracked down later if someone's referencing the record.
Judge, they're stipulated exhibits, so I'll let the prosecutor decide how they want to handle it.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor, because I think at the end of the day, the affidavit itself is stipulated to, but really what matters is the content and documents covered by that affidavit or what's actually going to be admitted as evidence. So, but we have those if the court would like those admitted as well for the record.
yeah, so they'd be separate. The affidavit itself, laying foundation for the other exhibits would be a separate exhibit.
And Judge,
Yes.
Judge, you will note that of my 54 exhibits that the state has agreed and stipulated to admit, the individual exhibits are the same numbers as the stipulation that we put on the record. So in other words, number one on the stipulated list makes mention of some phone Cellebrite information. The actual exhibit itself is the same number that I'm offering. It just happens to be the contents within that phone Cellebrite. So my numbers match up corresponding to the stipulation that the court has exactly. And I did that for ease of convenience for everyone, Judge.
Okay, and if they do match, we'll just reference that. If they don't, I guess the point is, the stipulation itself is not any kind of controlling document as to what the exhibits actually will be marked as in the record. So we'll mark each one as it comes in on the record and make clear that this is simply a reference, basically. If they correspond, they do. If not, clarify that, and it should be admitted in terms they're offered as your evidence is introduced. So that will conclude then my concerns on stipulated evidence. Is there anything else we need to bring up this afternoon before we break for the day from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anything further from the defense?
Judge, just briefly, the state and I will meet about that issue that we had at the sidebar, just the last one, to discuss the parameters.
Okay, I would suggest counsel will want to start with further testimony at 8:30. So if parties want to be available at 8 tomorrow morning, we can take up any matters outside the jury's presence before we get the jurors back in the courtroom tomorrow morning. So that'll be our schedule for tomorrow. Okay, thanks everyone in attendance today for complying with the court's conduct order. You can be excused and we'll conclude trial for the day. Thank you. All rise, please. Folks, make sure you take all your things with you.